we go. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Board of Adjustment is now in session. My name is Anthony Robinson, and I will be chairing today's meeting. Attending today's virtual meeting are board members Mona Parsley, Ann Grice, George Hitt, and Jim Dallas. Also in attendance for the city is Mary Hart Burton, Zoning Administrator for the city, Andy Powers, Zoning Plan Reviewer for the city, who will also represent represent the cases we are hearing today. Andrea Gutierrez, Lead Zoning Specialist. Our attorney for the board is Mia Wood. Our court reporter is Laura Stewart. Today we will be hearing 4 cases. First, we will hear from the city's representative, who will explain why the permit could not be issued. Next, we will hear from the petitioner and their representative. Please be prepared to explain your hardship and answer any inquiries from the board. Then we will hear from those in favor of the appeal and then from those opposed. Please be concise, as testimony will be limited to 3 minutes per person. When you come online via video or telephone, please wait to be sworn in by the court reporter, then please state your name and mailing address. To ensure proper records for our court reporter, we ask that those online or by telephone to please remain on mute. Following testimony on all of today's cases, the board will go into its deliberative portion of the hearing, at which time we will vote on all cases heard. The board will not, will notify the applicant or their representative of its decision by mail in about 2 weeks. You are welcome to remain during our deliberations. However, we will not hear additional testimony at that time. You may also call the lead zoning specialist, Drea, tomorrow at 314-622-3666 to learn the outcome of your appeal. Again, that number is 314-622-3666. Drea, will you please read appeal number 12013?
Appeal number 12013, 5820 Cavaney Avenue.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Andy Powers, zoning plan examiner for the city of St. Louis, representing the building commissioner. I'm here to present evidence of an appeal to make interior and exterior alterations per plans, zoning only, at 5820 Cavaney Avenue. I'd like to present as evidence for this case photos and aerials of the property, plans for the project, and a certified copy of the City of St. Louis zoning ordinance. First, I'll read the basis for denial. The basis for denial of Francine Keene Apartment Homes, LLC, care of Miriam Kaufman, concerning the building commissioner's refusal to issue a permit authorizing the petitioner to complete interior and exterior alterations per plans, zoning only, for renovations to add 2 units to a 24-unit complex at 5820 Cavaney Avenue, located in City Block 3861.00. The present zoning for this address is Zone B, 2-family dwelling district. The intent of the applicable zoning provisions are to conserve the values of property throughout the city of St. Louis, and protect the character and stability of residential, business, and industrial areas, and regulate and restrict the location and use of buildings, structures, and land for trade, industry, residence, and other uses, and to regulate and restrict the intensity of such uses. The applicable zoning code provisions are Section 26.68.010, uses prohibited. No structure or land shall be used for a use other than those permitted in the district in which such premises are located, unless such use is permitted by other provisions of the zoning code. Section 26.24.020 and or Section 26.24.025, use regulations and conditional use. Use regulations and conditional uses of the B two-family dwelling district do not allow the petitioner's proposal as stated above. Section 26.24.030, which relates to 26.20.030 parking regulations, parking for multiple dwellings. Dwellings shall provide space in the main building and in an accessory building or on the lot occupied by the main building, sufficient to accommodate one motor car for each dwelling unit. Evidence of lawful nonconformity has not been presented. In summary, the petitioner is applying for a building permit to make interior and exterior alterations to an existing 24-unit dwelling building. The alterations will add 2 additional units. The building is currently an existing nonconforming use as it is a multifamily dwelling in the B district. There is no on-site parking accommodation existing or in the plans. Therefore, 1 use variance and 1 area variance should be considered. Additionally, the Planning and Urban Design Agency of the City of St. Louis has written a memorandum for the appeal. Planning staff has reviewed the appeal 12013 against the Strategic Land Use Plan, or SLOOP, the land use element of the comprehensive plan. The plan falls within the We Collab plan area. However, there is no specific plan for this location. The 2025 Strategic Land Use Plan states that this site is located within a high-intensity neighborhood designation. These areas are primarily residential, ranging from single one-unit homes to large multi-unit buildings. The granting of this variance would be in keeping with the designation's intent to encourage a wide variety of housing, especially higher density buildings like this one. The SLOOP is not concerned with the number of parking spaces. Planning staff finds the request of the appeal 12013 is in keeping with the city's comprehensive plan. Are there any questions from the board?
Mona.
Is that an ongoing thing that Sloop is not concerned with parking, or Sloop is just not concerned with parking in this particular area?
That is, I don't think we have anyone from planning staff, but that's general. Oh, planning and urban design is actually here. So if they are allowed to speak on
Andy,
that.
I can speak to that.
Mm-hmm.
So the SLOOP addresses what the city would like to see in the future as far as land use, but it doesn't get into details about like parking, or sometimes you know how we get a note from them about how they don't really have anything to say about signage. That's because the SLOOP is not that detailed. The SLOOP is sort of like a guide for how we want land uses to be used in the city in the future. And then the whole reason we're updating the zoning code right now is that the updated zoning code would carry forward what the SLOOP has mapped out that we want. So that's why you see that they don't have anything to say about parking, because the SLOOP just doesn't talk about parking.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And
For
sorry, I
clarifying.
don't have my camera on, but I still
No.
can't figure it out. It's the first time I'm using this laptop for a Zoom, and I don't
Okay.
know what's going on. But sorry.
Hey, I get it. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification.
Jim.
And I have one quick question for Andy. Andy, so for the use variance to add the 2 additional units,
Yes.
would they still need a use variance even if they weren't adding the 2 units? That is, the 24 units itself would just be enough to create a use variance?
I can answer that.
Go ahead,
Okay,
Mary.
Yeah, it's the property is Zone B, so technically they should only be allowed to do 2 units there. Okay. And so now they're adding 2 to 24. So yes, they would have needed a variance to begin with, and now they need even more of a variance.
And this is seen as an expansion of use, and there's no current variance.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay.
Any other board members? Okay, let's hear from the appellant. Ms. Kaufman.
Good morning, everyone. Do you need me
Good,
to swear in
good,
first?
good afternoon. Yes. Do you have video?
I have video. Let's see my hair here, guys. I worked the overnight. So I'm
Anthony,
gonna put this video on for just a second, and
Sure.
that's it.
Just
Y'all see, this is
An-
me.
An- Anthony, while she's doing that, I think you were still dialing in when Ann mentioned that she has confused herself from this case and the next one.
okay. Thanks, Jim.
Uh-huh.
So I'd like to swear in, then turn off
Yeah.
my video if I may.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
Yes, Marion Kaufman. Um, my my company's mailing address is 929 North Spring Avenue, Unit G1, St. Louis, Missouri 63108. And the name of our company is Fanice King Apartment Homes LLC. And my name is Marion, Marian, Kaufman, Coffman.
Proceed
So,
with your testimony.
good afternoon, everyone. As I said, my name is Marian Kaufman, and I am speaking to you regarding the property at 5820 Cabaney. I respectfully direct the board to my written appeal, which outlines the basis for this request and demonstrate how it meets the required criteria for a variance, including the unique conditions of the property and the practical difficulty created by strict enforcement of the code. This request is modest, is the minimum necessary, and will not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood. This Mary, thank you. However, I do want to correct something. This property would not need a variance for parking if we were not adding 2 units. The property was built in 1928 as a 24-unit building, and it would be grandfathered in. Um, if we were not trying to add 2 units. We are adding those 2 units simply to accommodate people who may have movement disabilities. So we're wanting to add 2 ADA compliant units to the building, because the existing building is 24 units. So if we were not adding 2 units to turn it into a 26 unit, we would not need this variance for this building. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Board members, any questions?
Well, I guess I do want to clarify, hear from Mary again. My specific question was the use variance. So there's a use variance that's being asked for and an area variance. So my understanding is that the use variance would still be needed even if they weren't adding the 2 units. But as Ms. Kaufman mentioned, the parking area variance for the parking is only necessary because they are adding the 2 units. Mary, do you agree with all that?
So, yes. I didn't realize it was an existing structure. If it was new construction in the B, she would have needed a variance, a use variance, because you can't do more than 2 units. But if it's an existing building that was already there prior to the zoning code going into effect, and existed legally, then the number of units, the 24 number is grandfathered in. And then by adding to, technically she is enlarging the nonconformity that already exists, but it's a legal nonconformity. So that's what's kicking in the 2 additional parking spaces.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other board members? Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. Is there anyone here to testify in favor of this appeal?
Yes, this is Carl Grice.
Mr. Grice, let's get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
Carl Grice, Grice Group Architects, 4332 Lindell Boulevard, 63108.
Proceed with your testimony.
Yes, I am the architect of record for this project with Ms. Kaufman. And the major reason for adding the 2 additional units, this is a historic building, and the existing 24 units, none of those units are ADA accessible. So we're adding the 2 additional units at the south side of the building, which has at-grade access, and those would give us the required accessible units for the project to meet Missouri Housing Development Standards, and also to make this project more feasible.
Okay. Any board members have any questions?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grice. Is there anyone else here to testify in favor of this appeal? Is there anyone here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, let's get you signed in.
Okay.
Sworn in, sorry.
Miss Smith, okay, there you are. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's Tony Smith, and I live at 6011 Clemens Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63112 in the West End neighborhood. I live just 2 blocks south of this property. I'm also a volunteer with Legal Services. I have been for the last several years working on like the vacancy initiative. And this particular property was on our list, and we did have a case that we were that was pending for the property because nothing had been done with the property, and then residents were very concerned that nothing had been done with this property for several years. We put that case to pending because CDA was working with Ms. Kaufman to see about giving her a grant or awarding her a grant to go ahead and renovate this property. We haven't seen any action taken on that even before she received the award. So I'm not opposed to expanding the property, like and doing like ADA apartments. I think that's very important. There are concerns with the neighborhood has concerns about parking in general, and making sure that there's enough parking so we don't have so much parking on the actual street. And this property doesn't have a lot of opportunity to do that. There's been some discussion about maybe accessing a park that's like right there, flipping it for a vacant lot that's catty cornered. But I came on this call to try to see like an update because we haven't seen any action. And like I said, the property was condemned in 2023 and the roof was supposed to be fixed and some other things were supposed to be fixed to bring it out of that condemnation state. But I don't think any of those things have been done. So I thought, I just wondered, was this a little bit out of order for asking for to be able to do these additional apartments or to get that permission, or maybe an architect can talk to that. But my big question I wonder is like, when are those other things going to be abated? Thank you.
Board members, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith.
Well,
Is there?
Anthony, sorry, I was chewing on that. Miss Smith,
Yes.
again, could you please state which you're dialing in opposition, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what company or organization are you with?
I am a board member of Delmar Main Street. I am a resident of the West End neighborhood, and I volunteered for Legal Services of Eastern Missouri with their vacancy initiative.
And what are the items that have not been abated yet?
As far as I know, like one large one was the roof. It was like caving in a few years ago, and then I'd have to get out the documentation that showed the other things that were listed as far as abatement. But I know the roof was a large one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other board members have any questions? Thank you, Ms. Smith. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
Yes, my name is Michelle Wallace.
Ms. Wallace,
Yes.
do you have video?
Yes. Can you see me?
If you can.
I turned the video on. Well, my video's on, but I don't know.
Yeah, I had a similar problem, which required me to actually log out and log back in.
Does that
We will take your testimony
Yeah.
without the video,
Okay.
and the court reporter will explain.
So, Miss Wallace,
Yeah.
we're going to treat this as if you are calling in telephonically. Can you please verbally confirm that your right hand is raised?
It is raised right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
My name is Michelle Wallace. I'm at 5818 Cates, St. Louis, Missouri, 63112.
Okay, proceed with your testimony.
My name is Michelle Wallace. I've been living at this location since 1972. Me and my husband bought this property. He was 19 years old. I've seen this neighborhood go, come, go, come. Having a parking lot across the street is not very good for me or our neighbors. It brings too much attention to many of us who single women in these homes up here. Cabney has drugs. Cabney has hangouts. Cabney has a lot of things that Cates do not have at this time. And also was a previous owner of 5823 Cabney when that building was open in the 70s. They parked on their street. They did not have a parking lot. So if they had it then, they can have the same thing, street parking, like they did then. it's not good. It's not good how, if they want to stabilize our block, build a home. That's my vote, not a parking lot. It brings too much dirt, trash, people, nothing, too much attention. I just spent over $200,000 of my own money to redo my house. It was tore up in a tornado. I want to sit on my own porch quietly, like I can get it right now. But with a parking lot directly across the street from me, it will not be that way. And I'm against it, 100%.
Any board members have any questions?
Well, Anthony,
Thank you.
this is Jim.
Yes, Jim.
We do have two separate cases today, correct? One considering the use variance for the 2 units and the area variance for the fact that there is no parking, and then a case to proceed after this one to ask for the parking. Is that how we should be viewing these cases today?
That's correct.
That would be correct, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any other board members have any questions?
May I ask a question? I'm a
You may
resident.
not. I'm sorry. You can testify, but I am actually asking for board members. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else here to testify in favor or in opposition to this appeal? Ms. Ramey, if you would like to testify, now is the time.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay.
On
Miss-
this particular,
Miss Ramey, there is a protocol. First, do you have video or are you on by telephone?
I'm on by telephone.
Okay. You need to be sworn in by the court reporter. And then after that, I will ask for your name and mailing address.
Okay.
Miss Ramey, this is the court reporter. Since you are calling in over the phone, can you please verbally confirm that your right hand is raised?
It is raised.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. If you can state your name and mailing address for the record.
My name is Felicia Hinton Ramey at 5868 Cates Avenue.
Proceed with your testimony.
I just want to, on this piece of it, I want to just express my, disapproval with the, institution or operation of another, a multifamily unit, especially one of that size, so close to those of us who have already invested quite a bit of money in securing, developing, and maintaining that neighborhood for quiet enjoyment. And it has been since many of us have just relocated there, we have been victimized by transient members of from Cabanee Avenue, not even just those of us who just moved there, but also those existing residents on our block. But we've been victimized via car break-ins and other attempted violence on the block as a result of transient individuals living in the existing large multi-unit facility or building on the 5800 block of Cates. That's all I have to say about the building. itself. I yield.
Any board members have any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
I would.
Ms. Robinson, do you have video?
Let's see. Hold on.
Okay, let's get you sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
My name is Doris Robinson. I stay at 5819 Cates.
Proceed with your testimony.
I would just want to piggyback off my neighbors and just say that we're not interested in her project at all. Definitely not interested in a parking lot, and I know that you all are going to address it in the next meeting. But I just wanted to piggyback off everyone and say that we're not interested in her project, and it's too close to my house, so I'm really not interested. It's right behind me. And to add, the maintenance on the lot since I've been over there is terrible. It's so much wildlife that lives over there. That building is it'll probably take too much money to even fix that building. That building should be tore down. So imagine how she gonna keep up the maintenance on her project. I don't see it being successful at all. That's it.
Any board members have any questions?
I can't hear.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there anyone else to testify in opposition to this appeal?
I can no longer hear. Let's see. Okay. Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. That's fine. I can hear you now.
Okay. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
There was someone on the phone who was unmuted, 314-922-7451. *6 if you wanted to testify in opposition. Again, that's *6 to unmute yourself on the phone. All right, looks like you're unmuted. If you're speaking right now, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Oh, my name is James Robinson. Okay. I'm an attorney. I'm speaking on behalf of my daughter.
Mr. Robinson, you need to be sworn in before you can give testimony.
I'm ready.
Mr. Robinson, since you are calling in on the phone, can you please verbally confirm if your right hand is raised?
Yes, it is.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
My name is James Clifton Robinson. My mailing address is 4940 Terry Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. And I sent in a formal response in support of the city's denial of this particular project in behalf of my daughter who just got off the line, Doris Robinson. She stays at 5918 Cates Avenue. And I'd like to know, did you all receive her formal response from me? That's to the board.
So
Hello?
we received an email for the next appeal.
For the next appeal?
Yeah, for Cates Avenue.
Mr. Robinson, there are actually two appeals that are coming before us today, related to this property.
I have a
Well, the one that I submitted was for the parking lot.
Okay, that is
That
not
was the intent.
that is not the appeal that is being heard right at the moment.
Well, let me ask you this. The one now, is this just for expanding the building? Because you just took testimony from Doris Robinson. She spoke about the parking lot, and I've had other individuals that I've heard on the phone speak directly to the parking lot.
So that is true. However, any testimony that is not related to this appeal would not be considered. And anyone that wants to speak on the appeal regarding the parking lot will need to testify at that time.
Well, let me ask you this so I can make sure I'm understanding you. My intent was to draft a response in support of denial for the extension of the parking lot, which would come directly across from my daughter's home that she just built at 5918 Cates.
Understood, Mr. Robinson. However, that is not the appeal that we are hearing right now.
Then can you express what the appeal is for right now?
Andy, can you explain?
Yeah, so this is the appeal for, let me get the correct address. It's 5280 Cabanne Avenue. It's for expansion of a current 24-unit residential building by 2 units to make a 26-unit residential building. The appeal for the parking lot is in the next appeal.
It is actually 5820 Cabanne.
Yes, 58.
Correct.
Did I say something different? 5820 is the current appeal.
So apparently right now this meeting is for 5820 Cabanne for expansion.
Yes, that is the current. That's the current appeal.
That is the current appeal. We will be hearing the appeal for the parking lot following this appeal.
All right. One other question. When do you anticipate this meeting to end? Because I have a meeting at 3:30, administrative hearing with the Department of Revenue, and I don't know if I can make that.
Mr. Robinson, once we have 4 appeals on our agenda today, this is the first appeal. The parking lot is the next appeal on our agenda today. Do you understand? Okay.
Yes. Well, okay. This is my question. I don't mean to take up any more of your time, but can I ask, if I'm not able to attend the second part because I may not have the time, did you receive my letter of support in behalf of Doris Robinson in denial of the parking lot?
So, Chairman Robinson, we do have that letter from Mr. James Robinson, so we can read that into the record.
So we will read that in read that into the record if you were unable to testify.
I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate if you read that into the record. Thank you.
Any board
And I
members have
appreciate
any?
your patience and understanding.
Sure. Any board members have any questions? Okay, is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal? Jim?
Anthony, before we close this case, may I request that I ask a couple of questions of Ms. Kaufman?
Sure.
Okay, assuming that nobody else is in opposition?
It does not look like we have anyone else here to testify in opposition.
Okay, so may I go ahead and ask Ms. Kaufman a couple more questions?
Yes, I've got one question actually for Mr. Grice before.
I defer to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Grice, have you applied for a building permit for this project?
No, we've only applied for zoning only prior to proceeding with construction documents.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jim.
Ms. Kaufman, what's the intended target residence? I thought I saw that it's 55 and older. Is it going to be restricted to 55 and older, or that's just the target audience for the residency?
Good question, Jim. Thank you for asking that. So initially, we were planning to target veterans, families with children, as well as senior citizens. We had a mixed generation model. However, we recently brought on E.M. Harris as our general contractor and Yafet Alamin as our development consultant. And under their instructions, we have decided to focus on the 55 and older population. However, in addition to that, we still want to support our military veterans as well. So yes, in answer to your question, the target population for this will be 55 and older, with an emphasis on military veterans. We will have a mixed income model. So, and I apologize that I don't have those actual numbers up. But one of the biggest concerns we have heard, because I did intensive door-to-door sharing about the project and literally just asking the community what is it that they want us to do with this building, and got a lot of input from the community. We also went to many of the community, many of the neighborhood organizations to get their input. We reached out to Delmar Divine. We reached out to the West End Visitation Park Development Review Committee, who's on board, you'll know from the appeal that there are many supporters of this project. But in answer to your question, 55 and older and veterans, those are our target population, and it also be a mixed income. So this will not be a Section 8 per se development, which many of the community, many of the homeowners were concerned. But as you know, there are many renters in that area as well. So,
And thank you for that. And my second question, in reaction to Ms. Smith's statement, considering, I guess, damage that has not been abated yet, particularly the roof caving in. Can you react to that, please, for us?
Sure. And that's a valid concern, Ms. Smith. Valid concern. And thank you for bringing that up. In order to repair that roof, we need money. And so we've been approved for $1 million through CDA. We have applied for funding from the Affordable Housing Commission. We have applied for funding through the Low Income Housing Tax Credits Program. The project has been approved for tax abatement through the City of St. Louis. So CDA and SLDC are on board with this project. But as any developer, including Ms. Smith, knows, developing projects takes years. It takes many, many years. I am a 100% disabled military veteran. I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan. And when the vacancy initiative approached me about this development, I said, great, thank you. How can we work together to get this done? And not one time have I been, from Ms. Smith, from the Vacancy Initiative, or any of the other organizations, have I been connected or paired with an experienced developer. So I initially found an experienced developer myself, which was Ms. Yafet Alameen, and she just came on board with us within the last few months. And as you can see from my architect, I went to the best. I said, hey, I'm new to this, don't really know what I'm doing, but I need an experienced team who knows what they're doing. So I went to Mr. Grice. Mr. Grice, we need some help. I know you're a Titan. I know you know how to do this stuff. And so given more time, we're going to make this building. This project is going to be a success. I have no doubt about that. This project will be a success. Now, in terms, I want to address this real quick while I have the floor. In terms of legacy in the West End, I attended Sodan High School. I graduated from Enright Middle. I lived in the Cabanne Courts, the Vernon Courts. This actual building that we're talking about right now, I lived there as a young single mother from 1988 until 1995. This same building, 5820, as a tenant. I graduated from Washington University, so I am legacy of West End.
Any other questions, Jim?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Kaufman.
Give me a second, Mona. Mary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Ms. Kaufman. Ms. Kaufman, given the makeup of the different tenants that you intend to target, do you anticipate that many of your tenants may not have vehicles?
That is such a great question. And that's one of the things I learned from the more experienced developers, is that parking for 55 and older is 0.7 instead of 1 per unit. It's 0.7 because many of our senior citizens may not have vehicles. Does that answer your question?
Yes, our parking requirement is 1-to-1 in the city. It's only if you were doing a complete project where every unit was for senior citizens that there would be a reduction in the parking. But I only brought the issue up because if you are targeting some of those units towards senior citizens or veterans, there is a very good possibility that some of those tenants may not have a vehicle. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
So just to clarify, Yaphet has decided that we will target all senior citizens. So all 26 units will be senior citizens. It's just that we're also going to emphasize veterans. So our target populations will be senior citizens.
And so to be clear, Ms. Kaufman, that those veterans will be 55 and older as well.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mona.
Hi, Ms. Kaufman. I have a couple of questions with regard to the development.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you secured financing from a lender, bank? I understand that you have, CDA, $1 million have been approved, but where's the actual money from the bank coming from?
So that's a good question, but my question for you is where
No.
does that go ahead?
Your question is, do you have the money from a bank?
So, as I was about to say, is where does my bank account fit into whether or not this is a legal and whether or not this is a qualified variance request? See, this meeting is specifically for, is this a qualified variance request? Should we approve this variance? Whether we're talking to somebody with billions of dollars or somebody with 1 cent, is this a legal variance request? My bank account, where does my bank account become your business? That's my question.
I don't answer your questions, ma'am. I ask questions. And my question is, do you have financing in place? Because the community has questions. So is it a kind of a yes or no question for you?
So in answer to your question, do I have a bank loan at this moment? I do not. Do I have investors, and do I have folks who are wanting to invest in this project? Yes, I do. Do I have my own money? Yes, I do. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's fine. How long have you owned this building?
MNC Global Enterprises was blessed with this building in 2016. We created the company MNC Global Enterprises specifically for ownership of the property. As I said before, I lived there, and I stayed in contact with Mr. Martin. Mr. Billy Martin is the previous owner of the building, and Mr. Martin, at one point, the building was really delinquent in taxes. And he asked me if I would take care of those and take over ownership. At the time, I was still traveling to and from with the military. And so I really did not have time, but I did want to help this senior citizen. And also he was a veteran, a military veteran who had been very, very gracious and helped me as a young single mom. And so by giving me a place to live when all I had was limited income. So that was 2016. I retired from the military in 2020 due to PTSD and major depression. When I learned in 2023 that there was support through the vacancy initiative, I sent an email. I made calls. I called even Delmore Main Street. I've called all of the stakeholders saying, "Hey guys, let's get on board with this. What can we do together to get this thing done?" Many of those people, including Delmore Main Street, I have not heard back from with any suggestions.
So you took 100% ownership in 2020? I'm a bit confused by that answer. It covered a lot of different things.
Yes. What's your name, ma'am?
Mona Parsley.
Miss Mona, our company, MNC Global Enterprises assumed ownership of the property on January 2016. Our development company assumed development responsibility in 2023. The development company is Fenny's Keene Apartment Homes, LLC.
Okay. I guess my concerns are is that they're from what I understood through testimony today is that it's condemned at this time.
So, so the building, yes, the building is condemned, and the building is condemned through the city building division. And the city building division, from their testimony earlier, is in support of this development. They're in support of am I wrong? I see somebody shaking their head. Am I wrong?
The building division and the planning and urban design agency are two different city departments. The urban
Okay,
design
gotcha.
agency weighs in on Board of Adjustment.
Got it. Got it. Okay. All right. So, tell me your question again. I'm a little flustered here. Go ahead.
I was just speaking to the condemnation of the building during your ownership.
Yes, the building has been condemned since MNC Global Enterprises has owned the building. The development company went before the Board of Appeals in 2023, and the Board of Appeals was okay with giving us an extension to bring the building up to par. And so, and as you know, they realize that it takes time and money to do these things, and a big hurdle is this hurdle right here. The biggest hurdle is getting the variance.
So, how much time did the Board of Appeals give you?
Well, I don't recall the exact amount of time. I just know that they are still being very patient at this time.
Okay. Do you have a date of construction to start? Subject to this appeal?
So I do not have an exact date of construction subject to this appeal. What I do know is once you all approve the variance, we're more likely to receive funding than we are without the variance.
How long do you think it will take to receive funding once a variance is given?
We are applying for low-income housing tax credits. We applied for the first time in September of 2025. We were not awarded, but we received very favorable feedback. And now, as I said before, we've added to our team. We've added E.M. Harris, very experienced, and we've added Yafet. We already have our structural engineer and we already have our civil engineer on board. So we have a whole team of experienced folks. The low-income housing tax credits, when I met with MHDC up in Kansas City in January, I was told the applications are usually due in September, but this year they're expecting to have those applications out a little sooner. So we're expecting August, no later than September, for the actual applications. MHDC, they make their announcements in December of each year. So we will know, Ms. Mona, in December of this year whether or not our application is approved for the low-income housing tax credits. And that would be a big part of the funding.
If you don't get this, are you dead in the water, so to speak, of this development?
No, ma'am, because my provider is God capital God. So I'm never dead in the water. No, ma'am, not at all.
How will you move forward if you don't get it?
With my own funding.
Okay. So when you say you're mixed income, and and then you said something about not Section 8. What does mixed income mean if you're not doing Section 8?
Right. So oftentimes this has been my experience. Keep in mind, Ms. Bona, I am new to development, but my experience and one of the biggest complaints from my meetings with the community during our development review committee meetings is they do not, as many of the homeowners do not want buildings that are fully subsidized by housing choice vouchers. A housing choice voucher, you can earn 80 some $1,000s. You can earn a lot and still have a housing choice voucher. But their concern is that they do not want properties that are 100% low income, meaning, people who are dirt poor. Through mixed income, you may have someone whose income is as low as $21,000 in a building with someone whose income may be as much as 80 some $1,000s. And so that's what we mean by mixed income. And what I also learned with MHDC when I met with their people in January is they also want to see some differences in the actual cost of rent. So like if you have a 2-bedroom unit, it may be $1,800 for one family, and it might be $1,000 for another family because of their income. Now, what I can do, Ms. Mona, I can get those numbers for you specifically and send it to the board. I just don't have those numbers for you right now.
Okay, no, I understand. I'm just trying to understand the full development and where you actually are at with this moving forward because the community has some questions. And I know you said you went door to door and you talked to people, but they seem to still have questions with regard to this. And that's where my questions stemmed from, where the community questions is how my questions formulated. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, it sure does.
Okay. Going back over my list of questions, give me just a moment, please.
Okay.
Do you have a target date to start construction?
It's past. In complete transparency, it is past. So
Fair enough. I get it. Okay.
So my hope is that we will be approved for the low income housing tax credits in December, and we'll be able to start funding. I mean, we'll be able to start construction within 6 months of that approval.
Okay. That makes good sense. All right. And the last thing that I just wanted to comment on was thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your support.
Okay. That's the last of my questions. Thank you so much for the floor.
Mia.
Thank you. Mary, I have a question for Mary before I ask potentially Ms. Kaufman a question. And I know this question has been asked several times. I just want to make sure I understand. If they did not take any additional renovations and they only use the 24 units that they have, this wouldn't be a use variance, correct?
On the first appeal, correct, because that's just about the building. So if the building is grandfathered in under the 24 units, then she would be able to apply for her building permit and do it. What has gotten her here is the 2 additional units because that is an expansion of the legal non-conforming use.
Perfect. Thank you. Now I do have a question for Ms. Kaufman.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I know you indicated in your opening statement that you are relying on the the document that came with your appeal about your grounds for the appeal. But one thing in reviewing it, and I'm still not really clear, what is the hardship that's preventing you from being able to use the building as is?
The what Mr. Grice had mentioned earlier, Miss Mia, am I pronouncing your name right, Mia?
Yes.
Miss Mia, is that the building was built in 1928, and so it really does not have any. It's not ADA compliant. That's it. It's not ADA compliant. So people who are in wheelchairs,
So,
they'll have to go up steps.
Miss Kaufman, we actually understand that. Um,
But the
if,
question is trying to understand, why can you do that with the 24 units? Why do you have to add two more?
Actually, Miss Kaufman, I'm gonna have you hold. Can we get uh, Mr. Grice back here?
Yes, I'm back.
Mr. Grice, our attorney has a question.
I don't know if you heard that, Mr. Grice. I'm trying to understand because we have to get past the use variance before we can get to the area variance regarding the parking. So when it comes to the 24 units they currently have in this building, why can't you use the existing 24 units and make them ADA accessible? Why do you need to add the additional two?
The existing building is not designed where any of those 24 units can become accessible. The historic building, the first floor is elevated 3 feet above ground. So we could not do that. We could not add an elevator to this building as well. So that's why we're adding the 2 units at grade at the rear of the building, which would become our 2 accessible units. And part of the low-income housing tax credits, part of their requirements are to provide accessible units as part of the project.
So that being said, my question for you, Mr. Grice, is could you conceivably eliminate 2 units while retaining the 2 ADA units that exist, or that you are, I should say, the 2 ADA units that you are proposing, so that you do not go over the 24 units?
That would not help in terms of the cost of construction for the building, because the way Missouri Housing Development looks at it, you have the overall project cost and then the cost per unit. So if we're taking 2 units out, adding 2 units, that does not help the process. And we'd have space inside the building with nothing there if we eliminated 2 of those other units. I understand your thought process, but that would not help us in the overall construction of the building. The square footage is still there. We'd still be dealing with that construction cost.
Sure. Understood. Just thinking about the concerns of
I understand
the neighborhood and the overall. Thank you. Okay. Any other board members, staff, attorney have any additional questions? Mona.
Anthony,
Yeah.
explain that to me, because you wouldn't just leave those 2 units vacant. You would incorporate those 2 units into other units. You would make those larger units. So it's not making sense to me, because I thought that was an excellent question by you and our attorney.
Well, so I understood. I wanted Mr. Grice to explain it. The building sits above grade.
I get it.
right? So in order to come in at grade, they've added 2 units at the rear. So I know because I wouldn't say cheated, but I have done something similar to avoid this coming a project like this coming before the board. So if the numbers work, yeah, you could conceivably add two, eliminate two. Those two could become offices, whatever, or
Incorporate them into
potential
another unit. You know, make the
potential
unit.
staff. But if you add 2 more units, then what you deal with is 26 units. The building's grandfathered in for 24 units. So if it stays a 24 unit building, however those 24 units work, then we don't hear this.
Right.
And
They
then the
become a
part-
townhouse.
And so I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
Mia.
it's a question. But even with the hardship though, your financial element is unique and personal to them, right? That's not something that any person potentially would have that same issue.
No, I would tell you as a developer that the numbers are the numbers. Now I mean, we could potentially ask this appellant back, see what the numbers look like to make that determination. But if I were building a building and it cost me 300,000 to build and I can only sell it for 200, then that is a hardship. So, if I could sell it for 250 or whatever that number is. So I think one, based on costs, I've seen Mr. Grice shows that this is roughly 24,000 square feet. And I think that's gross square feet footage, but 24,000, if you use $100 a square foot, probably could do it. I haven't seen the building's interior, so it's hard to say, but just throwing $100 a square foot tells you that this is about a $2.4 million project, roughly. And probably could be a little less than that, but definitely a $2 million project. And then you divide up the number of units and how much you're getting in rent for those, and that's really how you'll determine whether there is a hardship or not. Yeah, and that hardship would be across the board for any developer based on what they could make off of the building.
So incorporating those 2 units into bigger units doesn't fly?
Those 2 units into bigger units?
Right. So you're adding 2 units to keep it at 24, and the 2 units that we're eliminating.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so I guess that's a possibility. I mean, you could reconfigure that so that you potentially had a much larger or 2 much larger units than the others. The then question is, does the rent support those much larger units? Again, then we'd have to go through and get a bunch of documentation to make that kind of determination. Though we could, again, we could potentially ask for that. But
Mr. Robinson, if I could chime in one more time, we have the Section 104 review process for this building. So we're not at liberty to modify the layouts of these apartments. from
What
the
is that? I don't
historic
know what that
standpoint.
is.
Yeah. So there you go. And
What
that's
is that? We don't
why
know what 104 is.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grice, if you could explain to the
Yeah, the Section 104 review is part of what St. Louis Development CDA uses in the process, same way with affordable housing, where you have a historic building, you can only make certain modifications inside the building. That's one of the reasons why we cannot add an elevator inside the building.
Thank you.
And I understand where you're going with that, Mr. Robinson, but unfortunately, when we get to the review with Jan Cameron and other members, those things come into play.
Oh, I understand that as well. I'm just thinking thinking about how this satisfies the developer and the neighborhood,
Sure.
and and whether we can satisfy both. Um, what was I thinking about? You actually, I'm sorry, Andy, you had your hand raised.
I had my hand raised. I was going to bring up a point of information about the code section that deals with changes to non-conforming residential buildings. But as Mr. Grice explained, he can't make any internal modifications. So potentially the solution where they don't add additional units and keep the total amount the same, probably not feasible. So
Wouldn't, yeah.
Chairman Robinson, another thing to consider is MHDC looks at cost per unit as well.
I am familiar. Yes. Thank you. Any other board members, staff, attorney?
No.
Okay. Hearing none, I will read into the record exhibits, certified copy of the zoning ordinance, appeal to the board, basis of denial, meeting notice letter, city journal public notices, photographs, Sanborn maps, memo from planning and urban design, and petitioner's exhibits. And with that, I will consider this appeal having been heard. Drea, can you please read appeal number 12014?
Appeal number 12014, 5825 Kates Avenue.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Andy Powers, zoning plan examiner for the city of St. Louis, representing the building commissioner. I'm here to present evidence of an appeal to construct a gated parking lot per plans, zoning only, at 5825 Kates Avenue. I'd like to present as evidence for this case photos and aerials of the said property, plans for the project, and a certified copy of the St. Louis zoning ordinance, as well as 3 letters of opposition that we have received by email. First, I will read the basis for denial. Basis of denial of Denise Keene Apartment Homes, LLC, care of Miriam Kaufman, concerning the building commissioner's refusal to issue a building permit authorizing the petitioner to construct a gated parking lot per plans, zoning only, at 5825 Kates Ave, located in City Block 3861.00. The present zoning for this address is Zone B, 2 Family Dwelling District. The intent of the applicable zoning provisions are to conserve the values of property throughout the city of St. Louis and protect the character and stability of residential, business, and industrial areas, and to regulate and restrict the location and use of buildings, structures, and land for trade, industry, residence, and other uses, and to regulate and restrict the intensity of such uses. The applicable zoning code provisions are Section 26.16.080, letter D, off-street parking and loading requirements. The following schedule of spaces and layout standards shall apply to all parking facilities in the city, given for each angle of parking in degrees. For 30 degrees, the depth of the parking row shall be 16, width parking space 8.5 feet, and the width of the aisle 11. For 45, 17 feet in depth, 8.5 feet in width, and a 13-foot aisle. 60 degrees, 17 feet in depth, 8.5 feet in width, 18 feet for an aisle. 90-degree parking, 18 feet in depth, 8.5 feet in width, and 22 feet for the aisle. Parallel parking spaces shall be at least 22 feet in length and 8 feet in width. Evidence of lawful nonconformity has not been presented. In summary, the petitioner is applying for a building permit to construct a gated parking lot as an off-street parking accommodation for the adjacent residential building at 5820 Cabanne Avenue. A parking lot is not a permitted use in the B district, therefore one use variance is required for consideration. The parking lot does not meet the one-to-one space to dwelling requirement in the B district, and the layout does not meet the general parking area requirements. Therefore, 2 area requirements are required for consideration. The Planning and Urban Design Agency writes a memo for each Board of Adjustment appeal item. Appeal number 12014 in the West End neighborhood seeks to construct a gated parking garage adjoining a 16-unit apartment in the B two-family dwelling district. The plan does not meet the one-to-one parking requirement and does not meet the standards of the zoning code. Planning staff has reviewed the appeal against the 2025 strategic land use plan, the land use element of the comprehensive plan. The plan falls within the We Collab plan area. However, there is no specific plan for this location. The site is located within a medium intensity neighborhood designation within the 2025 SLOOP. These areas are primarily residential, where parking exists, it should be to the rear of buildings. Granting of these variances would not be in keeping with the designation's intent to discourage large surface lots on the middle of an otherwise residential block. That said, staff does acknowledge that the associated development of Cabanne faces site constraints that prohibit a parking lot, including the lack of an alley. However, the SLOOP cannot endorse this use on a parcel that ideally would contain more needed housing for the neighborhood. Planning staff finds the request of the appeal 12014 is not in keeping with the city's comprehensive plan. We have also received 3 letters of opposition. I will read them in the order they were received. First, from James C. Robinson on behalf of Doris Robinson. I will read his statement and then the individual points. There are additional sub-points that elaborate further, but for the sake of time, I will just read the summary. My client, Miss Doris Robinson, resides at 5918 Cates Avenue, immediately adjacent to the parcel at 5825 Cates, where the applicant seeks approval to extend a driveway from the apartment building at 5820 Cavaney to construct a new gated parking lot. Miss Robinson completed construction of her new home no less than 2 years ago, investing her life savings into a quiet residential block. At no point did she anticipate that a commercial-style parking lot would be placed directly next door, nor that a driveway serving an apartment complex would be routed behind her property. And then there are points that he is in support of the building commissioner's denial for the following reasons. Number one, the proposed parking lot is not a permitted use in the B2 family dwelling district. Number two, the driveway extension creates an illegal cross-parcel access arrangement. Number three, the parking lot fails required residential buffers, setbacks, and screening. Number four, stormwater runoff and drainage risks to Mrs. Robinson's new home. Number five, traffic, safety, and quality of life impacts. Number six, negative impact on property value and residential character. And then in conclusion, for all the reasons above, I respectfully request that the Board of Adjustment uphold the building commissioner's denial of the permit for the driveway extension and gated parking lot at 5825 Cates Avenue. The proposal violates zoning requirements, threatens neighborhood safety, and harms adjacent property owners, and is incompatible within the B2 family dwelling district. Respectfully, Attorney Jane C. Robinson. The next letter is from Dylan Z. Bouquets. I'm writing in strong opposition to appeal number 12014. We believe this appeal would create additional problems on our street and negatively impact the safety and character of our neighborhood. We're working hard as residents to make our area cleaner, safer, more welcoming, and more family friendly for children. We feel this proposal would move our neighborhood in the wrong direction. We also feel deeply concerned that the approval of this appeal could reduce surrounding property values and undermine the efforts many homeowners have made to improve and invest in the community. It is disheartening to feel that instead of supporting residents who are trying to build a better neighborhood, this decision could have the opposite effect. If this appeal is approved, we would seriously consider selling our home and moving elsewhere. We respectfully ask the board to deny appeal number 12014 and support the residents who are committed to improving and strengthening this neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Dylan Z. Bouquets. And the third letter is from Sebastian W. Flores. Dear Board of Adjustment members, I am writing to express my strong opposition to appeal number 12014. We believe approving this appeal would create additional problems on our street and negatively impact the safety and character of our neighborhood. We are working hard as residents to make our area cleaner, safer, more welcoming, and more family friendly to children. We feel this proposal would move our neighborhood in the wrong direction. We are also deeply concerned that this appeal could reduce surrounding property values and undermine the efforts many homeowners have made to improve and invest in the community. It is disheartening to feel that instead of supporting residents who are trying to build a better neighborhood, this decision could have the opposite effect. If the appeal is approved, we would seriously consider selling our home and moving elsewhere. We ask the board to deny appeal number 12014 and support the residents who are committed to improving and strengthening this neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Sebastian W. Flores from 5864 Cates Avenue. Are there any questions from the board?
One.
Yes, Jim.
Andy, could you just give it a high level why the parking lot design does not meet very high level?
Yeah.
You know, doesn't have enough spaces, they're too wide or something like that.
Right. So the parking being 1-to-1, it would have to have 26 parking spots for the proposed new building, should that be approved. The proposed layout It features 16 parking spaces, one ADA compliant space, and 4 parallel spaces. And from what I can understand on the plans, it's only the parallel spaces that don't meet the area requirements. It's shown as 20-foot minimum as a typical dimension, although that is a minimum. I'm not sure if there's a range or if they're all going to be the same.
Okay, so 21 total parking spaces and the 4 parallel spaces don't quite meet the minimums. Okay.
There are 16 total parking spaces in the plan.
Oh, I thought it was 16. Oh, so of the 16, it's
Yeah.
1 AD and okay.
Correct.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Any other board members have any questions? Okay, let's hear from the appellant. Mrs. Kaufman, that would be you again.
Okay. Okay.
And
Good.
we will need to get you sworn in once more.
Yes, sir.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, and if you could state your name and mailing address again for the record.
My name is Marion Kaufman. My company is Fenny's Keene Apartment Homes, LLC. The company address is 929 North Spring Avenue, Suite G1, St. Louis, Missouri, 63108.
Proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion Kaufman. Regarding the property at 5825 Kate, I respectfully direct the board to my written appeal, which outlines the basis of this request and demonstrates how it meets the required criteria for a variance, including the unique conditions of the property and the practical difficulty created by strict enforcement of the code. I'm happy to answer questions the board may have and also direct the board to Mr. Grice.
Any board members have any questions? Jim?
Thank you again, Ms. Kaufman, and maybe some of these questions we could wait till Mr. Grice gets on, assuming that he's going to testify as well. So is entry to the building as you designed it strictly going to be from the back, or is there some front entrance ways that face Kibani?
So that is a Mr. Grice question because.
Okay, I can wait for Mr. Grice. Second question, I noticed that there's a driveway on the east side of the building that runs from Kibani down to the back of the building. I certainly haven't driven it myself. I didn't drive back there myself. So it's between the building and the park that's next door. Does that give access to the back area? Does that go all the way to the back area?
Yes, sir, it does. It's very tight. It's very tight. So it wouldn't be something we would want tenants to use consistently because it's very tight. One thing we could ask the city if we could do some kind of agreement with them for the part of the park, but yeah, as it is right now, it's very tight.
Okay, but it does give access. As you said, it does go all the way to the back of the building. There's no wall that it hits or anything like that. It does go all the way to the back area of the building.
Yes, sir. It does go all the way to the back of the building.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now, Anthony.
Any other board members have any questions? Okay, is there anyone here to testify in favor of this appeal?
Chairman Robinson, This is Marion Kaufman. I would like to add just a couple of notes that's in the appeal, but I'd like to share it with everybody who's online. I did ask the community to support me in purchasing LRA lots at 5817 Cabaney and 5823 Cabaney back in 2023. And Mr. Grice wrote up a plan for those lots for us to be able to use them as parking. Our request was not supported by the majority of the Development Review Committee. Another developer's request was approved, and that developer now owns those two lots and have created a parking lot, albeit no. As of today, I don't see where a permit has been applied for the parking lot. But a parking lot has been built on that 5817 and 5823 Cabaney. And that developer used, what I like about it is that developer used dirt in the front where you can barely see the gate. You can barely see the gate of the parking lot. So just wanted to share that with you, and also to let those who are listening know that I did try other routes of creating adequate parking for the building.
Okay. Again, is there anyone here to testify in favor of this appeal? Mr. Grice, let's get you sworn in again.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And again, if you could state your name and mailing address for the record.
Carl Grice, Grice Group Architects, 4332 Lindell Boulevard, 63108.
Proceed.
In conjunction with the 5820 Cabaney, I think everyone knows that there's no parking available on that lot. So we work with Ms. Kaufman to try to mitigate part of the parking problems. And using the 5825 Kate's property, we were only able to accomplish 16 parking spaces. We respected the 30-foot building setback line as well. And I think the issue of the 20-foot minimum, we are able to accomplish the 22 feet for the parallel parking. And in answer to Mr. Dallas's comments about the drive on the east side of the building, it's only about 8 foot wide. And if that 8 foot wide, if there's a car coming down, car coming back, you'd have a bottleneck. So that's one of the reasons we did not try to accomplish that as access to the rear of the property. So if there are any other questions related to this parking, I'd be more than happy to answer.
And my question that I posed to Ms. Kaufman, so is entrance to the building completely from the back, or is there some entry into the building from the front as well? It's hard to tell from the picture.
The main entrance to the building is in the courtyard at the front. There are exits on the east side and west side. There are no entrances on the south side of the building at the rear, other than what we were proposing for the two ADA units. But the main entrances are on the courtyard side on the Cabaney north face of the building.
Well, how do you get, having a hard time picturing how you go from your car to getting in the building?
There will still be the walkways on both sides, the east side and the west side of the building, as well as the staircase on the east side and the west side to access the units.
Thank you.
My question is, Is it required by any of these entities that you're getting grants and money from to have this parking?
Parking is, in fact, desirable. It's part of the approval process. We understand that this is a building without, and that kind of comes into play with the approval in the MHDC process.
Kinda?
I think yes, Ms. Kaufman talked about the rankings. Without the parking, the rankings are not as high as if you had parking spaces. Going back to the 1-per-1 ratio.
But we don't get it with 16.
We do not have it. But that does not mean that we would be rejected. It just helps the process of getting approval, getting the points that you need for approval.
And we will also have,
Ms. Kaufman, I'm
Okay.
sorry, we cannot take your testimony at this.
So when it is talking about points, Mr. Grice, explain that to me.
Missouri Housing Development Commission for the low-income housing tax credits. They have a list of items, more or less a checklist of what they go through. One of the items that was discussed earlier is the cost per unit. They have a formula that they use. So if that cost per unit is high, you lose points in the review process. It also is based on the location, the proximity to amenities, those kind of things come into play with the review.
What's your points right now?
I do not have that information. That's something that Ms. Kaufman would have.
Okay, we'll ask her that in a moment. Thank you, sir.
Any other board members have any questions? Jim?
Mr. Grice, can you speak to the kinds of security you're going to have? You plan for the parking lot, fences, lighting. You said it's a gated, it's an electronic key pass that you guys anticipate?
That would be the intent, Mr. Dallas, to have the ornamental fence on the Kate side, the black vinyl chain link fence on the sidelines. There would be lighting as required of the city ordinance as well. We have landscaping.
I'm sorry,
we would have the landscaping at the fence would be 6 foot high.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you during your landscaping response.
Yeah, we would have landscaping at the perimeter as a buffer, as a screen, as well as the street trees at the front of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board members have any questions? So, Mr. Grice, looking at, geez.
I take it you're looking at the site plan?
I am looking at the site plan. I'm trying to see, based on some of the comments that were brought up in the previous appeal that probably should have been brought up this appeal, but should have been brought up at this appeal, but potentially another way of looking at this parking lot, utilizing the drive on the east side of the building. But I don't know what that looks like. I'm Yeah. Uh, Thank you, Mr. Grice. Appreciate your testimony. Is there anyone else here to testify in favor of this appeal? Okay. Is there anyone here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
I am.
I am too.
To go. May I please go first because I'm actually in a doctor's office and he's going to be walking in a second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Is that possible?
Yes, Miss Ramey?
Hinton Ramey.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's get you sworn in.
Okay, I'm raising my right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And can you state your name and mailing address for the record again?
My name is Felicia Hinton Ramey, 5868 Cates Avenue, 63112. We were, residents on my block were approached by the appellant knocking on doors to find out if we approved of this lot. And from my understanding, because it's the talk of the block, it's been the talk of the block, from my understanding, everybody who she interacted with said no. First of all, before I go forward, let me say how much I respect your service and I appreciate and thank you for your service. So, secondly, and I might sound repetitive because of the first testimony, but we have 4 occupied multifamily units on our block. Thankfully, most of them have tenancy in them. The building that I mentioned on the 5800 block of Cates, odd side, there is almost not one person on the block, and I'm talking about existing residents. While I do have respect for tradition and legacy and all of that, and I am a legacy of the city of itself, St. Louis Public Schools, etc. However, I have respect for that, but we don't want another one. We don't need any more, and we don't want the promotion. A lot of times, a parking lot like that will promote riffraff and loitering and all of that other stuff, because when you're in an apartment building, you don't have your own porch or your own yard or what have you. So what do people do? I mean, I've done it. I've been, you're out in the streets. Those of us, and I know Mrs. Michelle has mentioned, she's one of the existing long-term traditional owners on that block. They have invested, not just her, they have invested dollars in that home, in their homes. New residents, we have invested dollars in our home. We expect to, and because we continue to take care of our property, we expect appreciation, not depreciation. And I'm here to tell you, after buying my 4th house, and the only reason I bought it was the promise of the full strategic plan that they had about the area, and in terms of bringing up the value of that area. That's the only reason that I bought on that block. And one thing that I have always been able to take advantage of is appreciation value that has, and people who have been here a long time are starting to feel promised. The traditional long-term residents, they're seeing their property values increase and those kinds of things. And they have hope now in that neighborhood. But to add and you can say 55 or over, because my question is, okay, what are we going to be the type of property owners who, okay, we don't get enough 55 year and older, not to say that they are without issues, because I got some, I'm a senior myself, just about, and almost retired. But I have seen enough of this in my lifetime to know the behavior. And so when a developer, once they feel like they're not making enough money that they had hoped, then they start to let anybody in. They start to relax the requirements. Okay, you've got mixed income and that kind of thing. You're saying that, but what guarantees do we have as property owners who have worked hard? We're waiting to get this block closed off. We've already gotten that approval to happen because we're sick of the traffic that comes through there. We have small children all throughout that block who play in the street, on the sidewalks, and everywhere else. And half the time, we have to keep our eyes out, making sure that they dodge these cars. We've got some people who still think, but now they're kind of backing off a little bit, that they can hand off drugs on our block and that kind of thing. But we're trying to discourage those kinds of things by having that block closed off to mirror the other two blocks going south towards Delmar. We don't want it. We said it over and over and over again. We don't want a parking lot on that block. And finally, as I said in my letter, and then I've been told by a couple residents, because I've only been there 3 years, that particular lot at 5825 Cates Avenue looks like a forest. And so my question is, having owned it for that long, when's the last time you cut it? So do you think that we're going to have confidence and faith that if you put some sort of landscaping in front of the gate and all that, because as far as I'm concerned, 6 feet ain't high enough, but you put some landscape and everything, are you going to trim it? Are you going to take care of it? We have no faith in that. And the bottom line is, we don't want the loitering. We don't have confidence that, you're not going to be one of those developers who is going to start to not see the income and the residents come, and then all of a sudden go to a whole nother strategy of letting any and everybody in there. And we got another 24-unit building on the corner or behind us, drawing any and everybody, stealing our cars, breaking in our cars. I mean, we can't take anymore. And if this thing goes forward, I'm gone. I'm gone, and a whole lot of other people.
Miss Ramey. Miss Ramey.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes. So again, you've mentioned something, but this is a hearing that we get to determine how this will proceed forward. What are your thoughts on this being 55 and older?
My thoughts are that that's what's stated today.
No,
but
so Ms. Ramey, as I'm asking you the question because as the zoning board, we can implement that on this property. My question for you is, what are your thoughts on 55 and older? Not thoughts and possibilities of something else. 55 and older.
Well, regardless of the age, we don't want a parking lot facing our street, another one. We have one on the corner, and it's in the parking lot, no matter who's driving the vehicle, the parking lot totally disrupts the theme of improvement, the direction or strategy of improvement on our block.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Robinson, let's get you sworn in.
I'll wait for her to unmute.
Okay, I'm here.
Miss Robinson, since you're on the phone, can you verbally confirm that your right hand is raised?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I need you to state your name and mailing address for the record again.
Doris Robinson, 5819 Cates. So, oh, go ahead.
No, proceed.
Okay, so, I have an issue with the parking lot size and how many spaces she's saying that she's trying to do. I cannot see 16 parking lots. And from what I gather, she has tried to get the land survey, but I don't think that she understands where her property line is. So I feel like there's gonna be a discrepancy. The 6-foot fence is a problem. Them going through the gangway or whatever type of walkway is a problem for me, and I don't want people parking eyesight across from my kitchen. I spent a lot of money in my home. I don't want to wake up and then come down and see somebody looking at me in my kitchen. And I don't understand how the property isn't maintained, whether she gets the grant money or not, especially if she says that she has the funding. Like, regardless of you all approve her or not, she needs to be able to maintain a property, and she hasn't done that. I come outside, it's all type of wildlife out there. I see beavers, possums. I have a small child too that would like to come out and play, but it's all it could be people hiding out there. I mean, she doesn't maintain her property. That is basically about it. I'm just against it, and everybody else is too as well. Like, I didn't spend that much money for her to have people parking across from me. I think that's about it.
Any board members have any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
Michelle Wallace.
Ms. Wallace, let's get you sworn in.
Ms. Wallace, since
Yes.
it looked like you were turning on your camera.
Yes, it's on the camera, but it ain't showing.
Yeah.
We'll treat this as if you're calling in over the phone. Can you verbally confirm that your right hand is raised?
It's raised.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you state your name and mailing address for the record again?
Michelle Wallace, 5818 Cates, St. Louis, Missouri, 63112.
Proceed.
I live at this residence for over 52 years. Me and my husband, Alfred Wallace. My husband passed 2 years ago. I've been here alone for 2 years. The storm came toward my home. I had it rebuilt from the inside out. I spent a lot of my own money, no insurance money, my own money to rebuild this home, to stay here. My husband left me this home to have me a place to live safely, because this was or is a safe block. Now, when we talk about the parking lot that she wants, if they want a 16 unit and 5823 got a parking lot and the other building got a parking lot, I know for a fact 5823 Cabinet, you can park 4 to 5 cars back there. The other property, you can park about 4 or 5 cars. So we may be able to park off the street of those buildings, 10 spots gone already. So if she can't give a 16, then she don't need but 6. And she already stated that most 55 and older ain't gonna have a car. Well, they're not going to have a car. So if they're not going to have a car, and the people from those buildings have parking lots in the back, there's plenty of parking lot on the street. And that's a fact, because she knows she stayed there herself. There was no parking lot on coming in on Cates. You only came in from the front of Cabinet. And so we don't want the parking lot. We don't want the parking lot. It causes too much disturbance. All of us are building. All of us are single, most of us. We're trying to make a home, leave a place for family. to have if we have to leave. Everybody who's with it do not live on this block. So we want, if you're going to do anything with that property that she has, I can't tell her what to do, but I can vote that she needs to build a home. It's like we are trying to establish on this side of the block, this 5800 block. We all take care of each other. We watch out for each other. But if there is a gate over there with people parking, we already know what comes with that. We city residents, I've been here 50-something years. I've seen it come and go. I've seen it go and come back. From white to black to white to mix. And we happy. But that will bring a disturbance. And I'm right across the street, just like 5819. She's right next door. She's right next door to what she's proposing. I'm right directly across the street from it. I sit on my porch and I just be looking at a gate, people coming in and out. I don't want that. I got a great big old house. I don't need people coming in looking at my house. That's not safe for me. And I didn't put this money back into this house to do that. Because I could have went out in Florissant somewhere and bought me a house already ready. And left this as it was in a very, very bad state. But I didn't because I want to stay here. I want to die here. I want to leave this for my grandkids. I got 2 grandboys. But the property value is going to go down with that. And I would like for you all to consider that information that we all have because we live here. This is our home. This is not their home. This is what they're talking about renting. They can do whatever they want to do on Kate's, but we're talking about on Cabinet. We're talking about on coming in on Kate's. Cabinet got his own problem. We got our own problem. We don't need their problems over here. We're trying to deal with our problem as a block. And that's me. That's what I have to say. And thank you. And also, my husband was in the Army too. He's a veteran, was a veteran. And I get his benefits in the whole 9 years. I appreciate everything. I appreciate all of it. He had PSTD or whatever, all that stuff. He had it too. Well, he couldn't go to bed at night, sleep undercover because he said somebody was coming. He had to be ready. I understand all that. But I do thank you. Y'all have a good day.
Any board members have any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal? Ms. Smith, let's get you sworn in again.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Tony Smith. I live at 6011 Clemens Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63112 in the West End neighborhood. And I live 2 blocks where the apartments are and 1 block away from where the proposed parking lot is. I'm also one of 4 residents that helped bring the neighborhood plan here. You're all familiar with the We Collab plan. I was one of the people that helped write that. And as a resident, we always wanted to lead with residents to make sure that the residents' voice was uplifted and we knew what the residents, our neighbors, wanted. And so I'm in full support of my neighbors that live on that block of Kate's. It's a great block, even better now with the newer homes that have been built there. So none of the empty lots there, those are gone over the last few years. I stated earlier, for years I've worked with legal services and the vacancy initiative to reduce vacancy and look at land use and everything. And this particular lot, even though it would be convenient for Ms. Kaufman, is not convenient or what the neighborhood wants. We have 70% of the residents that live here are renters, 30% homeowners. When that number came out during the planning process, we said we need to concentrate and get more home ownership here in the neighborhood because we know that is one pathway to wealth and to generational wealth, and we want to create that here in our neighborhood. So with this particular lot, we think that the best use would be for, Ms. Wallace just said it, a single family home. A single family home was just built next to it. And then also another house is next to it. No one wants to live in between a parking lot. So, and I've been here for 19 years. I pass by, that's my route out. I take that route out of the neighborhood, and then I get on Goodfellow. That lot has always looked and been a forest. It has not been taken care of. And, you know, same with with the apartment. Again, I've been here for 19 years. We have some vacant lots that you don't know that they're vacant lots because people mow them and take care of them. Ms. Kaufman has not done that. There's been trees that fell down, and someone testified earlier. There has been wildlife, like actual wildlife, larger animals, not like cat. You know, there's cats and other stuff, but actual larger animals back through there because it's such a wooded, area. And then, other just vermin have come out of there. And I've spoken to the neighbors on that particular block and the complaints about like the different like rodents and everything coming out of there. So again, I know what the apartment parking is going to be an issue, but this lot here is not the solution to it. And I know that Ms. Kaufman said that she was awarded the $1 million from CDA. That has not, being awarded doesn't mean that you're going to get it. There's conditions on there. It's either reimbursable or there's a match involved. Or if you can't do something by a certain time, then they're going to claw it back. And we know that they're clawing back funds now because of ARPA, has to be spent by a certain number of time. And then like with the tornado, they're looking at, okay, where can we pull from to get money to those things? So there's not a guarantee that is actually going to come to fruition. So again, I support my neighbors that live on that particular block of Kate's and their opposition of it. And I think at least I've been here for 19 years. I have a neighbor that lives on Cavaney. She's been there for 23 years. The building hasn't been occupied in that time, and the lot has not been taken care of in that time. So how long do we have to wait till, everything is in order for Ms. Kaufman to, be able to pull this off? Obviously, we would love for her to be able to renovate the building and be active and great neighbors, not that lot. And her being a service person and a Black woman, that would be great. But if it can't happen, then let's try to put it into someone else's hands that can make it happen. And that's it. I yield back.
Any board members have any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
There are two people that have joined us by phone. If you are here for the appeal of 5825 Kate's in opposition, it's *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
What is your name?
My name is Paula First.
I'm sorry, one more time.
Paula First.
Paula First.
Miss First, okay. We need to get you sworn in.
Okay.
And then after you are sworn in, I'm going to ask you for your name and mailing address, and then you will be able to testify.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. First. This is the court reporter. Since you are calling in on the phone, in order to swear you in, I need to ask if your right hand is raised.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
My name is Paula First, and my address is 5872 Kate's.
Proceed with your testimony.
Yes, I am in opposition of this parking lot on our street. I have been here for 3 years along with the other new residents. I am a mother of 3 young children, and like Miss Felicia mentioned earlier, we have worked hard to get the street blocked off. Our children play outside all day. I have a 5-year-old, I have a 10-year-old, and I have a 9-year-old. They ride bikes, they're in the streets, they're on the sidewalks. All of the neighbors on our block are familiar with our children. They know not to speed, they know to watch out for our kids. They're careful. And I am most concerned about this parking lot and these people not being familiar with us. And, you know, accidents, it's a big concern for me. So safety is my number one concern. And the very first year we moved on this block, we were able to block the street off. And the camaraderie was just, it was great. And I just don't feel like, I feel like this parking lot would just bring more chaos. And that's what we're trying to move away from. And that's all I have.
Any board members have any questions?
I do, Jim. I do. Anthony.
Yes, Jim.
Ms. First, thank you for appearing. Can you clarify, you're not the first person who's mentioned getting the street blocked off. Which end of the block is the neighborhood attempting to get blocked? At the Goodfellow end or the Hamilton end?
The Hamilton end, but there's children from the 5800 block that come. There's children from other streets that come. So they're coming from all over. And we're all familiar with each other. So I fear that can cause so much chaos. And it's very uncomfortable. It's very unsettling. And I don't feel safe with my kids being outside without me being there and having a close watch.
I understand your concerns. Nobody has mentioned which end of the block, end of the street you're trying to get blocked off. And you did that for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other board members have any questions? Thank you, Ms. First. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
Can I make one more comment, please, Ms. Wallace?
Ms. Wallace, no. Hearing none, I will into the record exhibits, certified copy of the zoning ordinance, appeal to the board, basis of denial. Actually, no. Before I do that, I've got one more question for the architect, Mr. Grice. So,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I am listening to the opposition here. And I'm also looking at the site. You've got an 8-foot drive, which obviously does not allow for multiple cars to go back and forth, only one at a time. But let's say you utilize that eastern drive. It looks to me like there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 feet between the rear of the building and the the property line. You can't currently meet the parking requirement. But is it possible for you to utilize a portion of the very rear of 5825 Cates along with the existing parcel that is not covered by the building and create some parking? Again, at this point, you don't meet zoning requirements, but it looks as if there's an opportunity to create some parking at the very rear of 5825 and potentially subdivide 5825 such that potentially a new home could be built while also creating some parking at the very rear of the building and a portion of that 5825.
We did take a look at that, Mr. Robinson, and at the width of that lot, 50, 60 feet, we're only talking about maybe 5 parking spaces. And you are correct, from the building to the rear property line is about 20 feet. And where we were proposing the ADA units, that was garage space. So that gave you the ability to come to the back of the building and turn into the garage underneath. But there were only maybe 4 spaces in that garage area. So I think at the most we'd be talking about 5 parking spaces if we went that option.
So about a third of what you're proposing. Okay.
And I still feel that with that 8-foot wide drive, I think even the building division talked about the 22 feet for the bypass for 2 cars to pass each other. I think we'd have more issues with a circulation trying to get to the back.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I will now read into the record exhibits. Certified copy of the zoning ordinance, appeal to the board, basis of denial, meeting notice letter, City Journal public notices, photographs, Sanborn maps, memo from planning and urban design, petitioner's exhibits, letter of opposition from Felicia Hinton Ramey, and email letter of opposition from Mrs. Michelle Wallace. And with that, I will consider this appeal having been heard. Drea, will you please read appeal number 12015?
Appeal number 12015, 6235 Wide Down Road.
Sorry. Excuse me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Andy Powers, zoning plan examiner for the City of St. Louis, representing the building commissioner. I'm here to represent evidence of an appeal to construct an addition to a school per plans zoning only at 6235 Wydown Boulevard. I'd like to present as evidence for this case photos and aerials of the said property, plans for the project, and a certified copy of the City of St. Louis zoning ordinance. The basis of denial of part construction care of John Davis concerning the building commissioner's refusal to issue a building permit authorizing the petitioner to construct an addition to a school per plans zoning only at 6235 Wydown Boulevard, located in City Block 5598.00. The present zoning for this address is Zone A, Single Family Dwelling District. The intent of the applicable zoning provisions are to prevent additions and alterations or remodeling of existing buildings or structures in such a way as to avoid the limitation lawfully imposed. The applicable zoning provisions are Section 26.08.320 lot, through an interior lot having a frontage on either of two streets parallel or approximately parallel to each other. Section 26.08.540 yard, front, a yard measured across the width of the entire lot situated between the front lot line and the nearest portion of the main building other than steps, unenclosed balconies, or unenclosed porches. Section 26.16.020 structures prohibited. No structure shall be erected, placed, enlarged, or structurally altered unless such an action shall make the premises upon which it stand conform to the regulations for the zoning district in which the premises are located, unless authorized by other provisions of the zoning code. Section 26.20.025, letter L, conditional uses. The following conditional uses may be allowed in the A single-family dwelling district, subject to the provisions of Chapter 26.80, letter L, schools. Section 26.20.060, front yard. When 25% of any frontage within the district is improved with dwellings and a majority of such improved frontage has observed a front yard line with a variation of depth of not more than 6 feet, no building hereafter shall be constructed. No building here in all other cases, there shall be 5 feet. Through lots shall have a front yard on each street in accordance with this section. On corner lots, the frontage shall be on that side of the street on which the interior lots have been platted. No accessory building shall project beyond such front yard line. Section 26.80.010, letter D, number 4, conditional uses. D, review procedures. 4, the conditional use permit shall apply to the use in question as long as no changes are made to the site or structure. Evidence of lawful nonconformity has not been presented. In summary, the petitioner is applying for a building permit to construct an addition to a school. The two proposed buildings are an early childhood learning center and an innovation. Boulevard.
And Andy, you have frozen a couple of times, and we did not hear probably the last 30 to 45 seconds.
Okay. Did you hear the code section about conditional uses?
I would start there.
Okay, that's the end of the denial, so I'll finish that off. Section 26.80.10, letter D, number 4, conditional uses. The conditional use permit shall apply to the use in question as long as no changes are made to the site or structure. Evidence of lawful nonconformity has not been presented. In summary, the petitioner is applying for a building permit to construct an addition to a school. The two proposed buildings are an early childhood learning center and an innovation hub. The existing Forsyth School campus occupies a through lot that fronts on both Forsyth and Wydown Boulevards. The Innovation Hub will have a front yard line greater than 50 feet in depth from Forsyth Boulevard. The proposed Early Childhood Center will have a front yard line greater than 50 feet in depth from both Forsyth Boulevard and Wydown Boulevard. Therefore, 3 area variances in total are required for consideration. Additionally, Planning and Urban Design Agency staff has provided their review of the appeal. Planning staff has reviewed an appeal number 12015 against the 2025 Strategic Land Use Plan, the land use element of the comprehensive plan. There is no adopted neighborhood plan covering this location. The site is located within a campus designation within the 2025 SLOOP. These areas will be highly varied across St. Louis, but should all be encouraged to connect to the street and surrounding community. The granting of this variance would be in keeping with this designation's intent to encourage community-serving organizations that fit within the surrounding neighborhood. Planning staff finds the request of Appeal 12015 is in keeping with the city's comprehensive plan. Are there any questions from the board?
Okay, let's hear from the appellant.
Melanie Weber.
Ms. Weber, let's get you sworn in.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
Yes. Melanie Weber. Mailing address is 701 North Market Street, Suite 1300, St. Louis, Missouri, 63101, and that is Arcturus.
Proceed with your testimony.
Okay. So I'm an architect with Arcturus. We're the architecture firm for the proposed project, which consists of additions to Forsyth Schools' existing buildings in zoning district A. We submitted a zoning only plan review in January, which we understand was denied due to schools being a conditional use in district A and due to a conflict with a front yard setback. Arcturus submitted the appeal on behalf of Forsyth School. As stated, the site is in zoning district A, in which schools are a conditional use, so we are seeking approval on that item. Note that this site is already operational as a school. Additionally, we understand that this site is on a through lot with front yards on Wydown and Forsyth Boulevards. The through lot is about 450 feet from Wydown to Forsyth. The existing Forsyth School campus, which is on this site, has separate structures on Wydown and Forsyth with a central play space between them. The proposed school addition along Wydown maintains this 50-foot setback that is required along Wydown, but similar to the adjacent buildings on the site, the proposed addition is a separate structure from those along Forsyth to maintain the school's central play space. So my understanding is that due to this, we need a variance for this setback distance along Forsyth. As noted in the appeal form, extending this addition to Forsyth Boulevard to meet this front yard setback there would significantly increase project scope and cost and would impact existing buildings and operations, potentially eliminating the school's play space. Happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions from the board? Thank you, Ms. Weber. Is there anyone here to testify in favor of this appeal?
Mr. Robinson, I wanted to point out that we have not officially brought Ann Grice back into the hearing.
Oh,
I'm here.
Ms. Grice,
Sworn in.
you are back to hear testimony, actually, and I'm glad you were here because, yeah, you can confirm that you heard testimony from Ms. Weber and
Yes.
from the city's representative.
Yes.
Thank you, Andy.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone here to testify in opposition to this appeal? Hearing none, I will read into the record exhibits, a certified copy of the zoning ordinance, appeal to the board, basis of denial, meeting notice letter, City Journal public notices, photographs, Sanborn maps, memo from Planning and Urban Design, a copy of amendment to lease agreement, and a copy of parking lot lease agreement. And with that, I will consider this appeal having been heard. Drea, can you please read appeal number 20627?
Appeal number 20627, 3501 Watson Road, Floor 1.
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Andy Powers, zoning plan examiner for the city of St. Louis, representing the building commissioner. I'm here to present evidence of an appeal to make interior alterations, first floor only, for a cocktail lounge, an art gallery, and studio at 3501 Watson, first level. I'd like to present as evidence for this case photos and aerials of the property, plans for the project, and a certified copy of the City of St. Louis zoning ordinance. The basis of denial for a building permit concerning the building commissioner's refusal to issue a permit authorizing the appellant to build at 3501 Watson Road, St. Louis, Missouri, 63139, in City Block 6151.00 is as follows. The present zoning for this address is C, multiple family dwelling district. The intent of the applicable zoning provisions are to regulate and restrict the location and use of buildings, structures, and land for trade, industry, residence, and other uses, and to regulate and restrict the intensity of such uses. The applicable zoning code provisions are as follows. 26.16.010 uses prohibited. No structure or land shall be used for a use other than those permitted in the district in which such premises are located, unless such use is permitted by other provisions of the zoning code. 26.28.020, letter S, use regulations and conditional use. Section 26.28.020 and section 26.28.025. Use regulations and conditional uses of the C multiple family dwelling district do not allow the appellant's proposal as stated above. Evidence of lawful nonconformity has not been presented. In summary, the petitioner is applying for a building permit to make interior alterations to the first floor of a commercial space for a two-story mixed-use building. The new proposed use is on the first floor, and it is a cocktail lounge and art gallery space. A bar or lounge is not a permitted use in the C district, therefore a use variance is required for consideration. Additionally, the Planning and Urban Design Agency weighs in on Board of Adjustment appeal items. They have reviewed the plan for compliance. Planning staff has reviewed the appeal number 20627 against the 2025 Strategic Land Use Plan, the land use element of the comprehensive plan. There is no adopted plan covering this location. The strategic land use plan, the 2025 strategic land use plan says that this site is located within a lower intensity corridor designation within the 2025 SLOOP. These areas are more commercially oriented than neighborhoods, although may feature some housing. The granting of this variance would be in keeping with this designation's intent to support a mix of appropriately scaled uses that serve the surrounding community and encourage people to arrive to business by car, transit, bicycle, and walking. Planning staff finds the request of Appeal 20627 is in keeping with the city's comprehensive plan. Are there any questions from the board?
Okay, let's hear from the appellant.
Oh, hang on. There we go. How you doing?
Randy Kranz?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, let's get you sworn in.
Sorry, just notating. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
Randy Kranz, 7201 Hampton Avenue, apartment 2C, St. Louis, Missouri, 63109.
Okay, proceed with your testimony.
I've started a cocktail pop-up about 4 years ago and have been developing the concept over time, in addition to being a working artist as well. And I've outgrown my current living space for the art, so I needed a studio and gallery space. And I have a very established career in the cocktail industry in St. Louis. So I've just kind of merged the two worlds. The goal is to operate my art side out of that, in addition to having a cocktail bar as a means of just stacking revenue, just to kind of help add to the success of the space. The pop-up was actually started in that neighborhood and was originally designed to go there, but life circumstances happened, moved one neighborhood south of that, and then found the space that I'm looking at now, that I'm wanting to convert and hoping to get it back into the Lindenwood Park neighborhood.
Okay. Any board members have any questions? Jim?
So the space is not currently being used for anything, the first floor space?
No, the building owner, to my understanding, was using it as a retail space for beef that he has from a farm somewhere. I'm not really sure the exact details, but he quickly learned retail was not an interest of his, and then it's been empty for about a year.
You're looking to lease from him, or you bought the building?
I'm leasing from him.
Okay,
yes, Mona.
What would be your hours of operation?
4 p.m. till midnight, Tuesday through Sunday.
Which ones?
4 p.m. till midnight on Tuesday through Sunday. Closed on Mondays.
Do you have a trash dumpster?
I will be adding one, yes.
Okay. Do we have any actual conditions that we typically do for bars and restaurants, Andy?
We do. Dre is grabbing the typical conditions. We forgot to bring them in.
Okay,
So we'll have
great.
that in just a second.
Okay, fantastic. Hey, Randy,
Yeah.
they're going to read some conditions that a lot of times we put on businesses like yours if we pass them.
Sure.
If something is going to be a difficulty for you, let us know at the end after Dre reads these out, or Andy, I'm not sure who's going to read them. Let us know and we'll talk about it, okay?
Sure. All right.
All right, thank you so much.
And may I also weigh in before he does so? we have a letter from, looks like a neighborhood representative with some of its own limitations. So we meet before we finalize things. We probably should try to cross-reference the two.
Andy, have you seen that letter by chance?
Yeah, I have it. I can read both. I think I'll read the standard conditions first, and then I'll go into that letter.
Randy, have you seen this letter from the neighborhood by chance?
Yeah, I met with them last week, and we discussed what my plans were, and then this is their letter of support that they submitted along with the alderman as well.
Perfect. So you're already familiar with the letter
Yes.
from the neighborhood. Okay, very
Yes.
good. Thank you.
Okay. Standard conditions for a dine-in restaurant and bar, or restaurant or bar. Hours of operation shall be limited to the per testimony hours, and no persons shall be on the premises after a certain time of day. Per testimony. The petitioner shall obtain the proper permits from the City of St. Louis Building Division for any proposed signage at this location. Number 3, the petitioner shall provide a commercial dumpster and establish trash removal contract through a private source for regular pickups and maintain the entire premises in a clean and orderly appearance at all times. 4, the petitioner shall provide a refuse container on the exterior of the premises for use by the customers and shall be emptied on a daily basis if needed. If another container is needed due to level of business, it shall also be provided. Number 5, the facility shall not have cord or rope type LED lighting surrounding or framing its windows or doors. 6, no liquor, alcohol, or intoxicating beer shall be on premises at any time. Number 7, no cooking, selling, or seating on the exterior of the building. 8, petitioner must obtain and maintain a City of St. Louis business license prior to operation. Number 9, the premises shall not be issued a public nuisance notice pursuant to Ordinance 68535 or its successor ordinances. And then number 10 is a general provision for considering landscaping and screening requirements. And then the letter from the neighborhood Lindenwood Park Neighborhood Association Development Committee. The proposed conditions are normal business hours between 8 a.m. and 12 a.m. Tuesday through Saturday. Deliveries shall occur no later than 6 p.m. Property, including sidewalk and curb, shall remain free of weeds and litter. No front windows shall be cluttered or obstructed. No excess noise or light pollution. Property shall not become a nuisance property. Should it become a nuisance property, the business owner will work with the city and police to resolve the issues. No loitering or outside seating will be allowed in the front or back of the premises. The business must be compliant with all requirements of the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services. The business must be compliant with all current city requirements.
Randy, do you have any issues with any of the items?
Yeah, I might have misunderstood what Andy had said, but there was a provision from the first outline that said no alcohol or beer consumption on premise. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, that was item number 6.
Yeah, that is correct, but you were looking to serve.
Yeah.
We'll scratch it. We'll scratch it.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
something we will consider during deliberations.
Okay.
Good thing you're listening.
Any other items?
No, that was the only one that jumped out at me.
Okay.
Well,
yes, Jim.
Well, I believe you had said Tuesday through Sunday, but the letter asked for Tuesday through Saturday.
I did. I believe that is an typo on the association's side, because I definitely told them on Sunday at our meeting that I'd be open. Now, would I be open till midnight on Sunday? No, probably close considerably early because it's Sunday, but it was discussed in person that I would be open on Sundays.
Okay.
What would your closing time be on Sunday?
typically 9 o'clock for the format that I run for like more stylized cocktail bars that have like more of a like a formal atmosphere. They're usually done by about 9 o'clock on Sundays.
Okay.
Randy, would there be any reason you would want to be open prior to 4 p.m.?
Not particularly. I don't have a robust food program, so there's no really with this industry, you're typically getting people pre-dinner and post-dinner rush. So anything before 4 p.m. is not really necessary because everyone's still at work.
Outside.
Okay. All right. Just want to let you know any conditions that we put on and you find later that they're not working for you, got to come back here to get
Okay.
anything changed.
Gotcha.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other board members have any questions? Anne?
Okay, I have a question, and I don't want to sound stupid, okay? What was the initial reason why Randy had to come before the board? What was the problem? What was the initial problem? And Randy, I'm relatively new to the board, so
Oh, yeah,
forgive
no worries.
It's because it was a change in the use. It was the occupancy is for a specific commercial use. And so if it's a
Okay.
change in the use type, then subject to any of the zoning code provisions.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other board members? Okay. Thank you, Randy. Is there anyone here to testify in favor of this appeal? Tony Corso.
I'm here.
Okay. Aaron Bunce, we'll come back to you, Tony.
Okay.
Let's get you sworn in.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
My name is Aaron Bunsey. It's 2211 Washington Avenue, St. Louis, Missouri, 63103. I represent Studio DVLP. We are the architect on the project with Randy. We've been working with Randy on is this our second or third location?
That's the second one.
Second one, that's right, yeah. So I've been working with Randy to try to find a spot for this. We feel pretty confident that this is a really good fit for the neighborhood and the use of the space, and the impact for the neighborhood will be relatively positive and not have a lot of overall impact.
Okay. Any board members have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Bunsey. Is there anyone else here to testify in favor of this appeal? Okay. Is there anyone here to testify in opposition to this appeal? Mr. Corso.
Yes.
Let's get you sworn in.
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you state your name and mailing address for the record?
My name is Anthony Corso III. I live at 3505 Watson Road, St. Louis, Missouri, 63139.
Proceed with your testimony.
Hi. I'm sorry. I was not notified, nor any of the residents in this building were notified about a meeting for the Lindenwood Heights neighborhood. Whatever letter that they presented to you in favor
We were not notified to state our opinion on this. I live 50 feet from their front door, maybe a little bit more. We are very much in opposition of this. The tenants of this building and the tenants around here, there are 8 apartments next door to her on one side. There's us, a 4-family on the other, and then another 4-family. We're already dealing with parking issues. There are only 4 parking spots in the back of that building. There is no room for a dumpster. Their entire parking pad is taken up by 4 parking spots. Okay. We're already dealing with parking on the street because we have to compete with Afghan Kebab House, which is right across the street. On the same block as us is a yoga studio, a hair salon. There is a church across the street from there that we have to compete every Tuesday with because they have a Tuesday night service. There are 5 bars and restaurants in a 1/2 mile stretch of this spot. We're very opposed to this. I bartended for several decades. Well, I'm sorry, not several decades, a few decades before COVID hit. I know what goes on in a bar. Okay, I'm not opposed to an art studio by any means, but we do not want to live next door to a bar or anything that is cannabis related. We're already living on a high volume street. Nobody drives the speed limit on Watson. They're coming down off of a hill from Filer and going 40 to 60 miles an hour. There is no designated parking out front. Parallel parking is a trouble for some people. I can't stress enough how much we do not want this. And again, like I said, the Lindenwood Heights neighborhood was not transparent as far as letting us know that there was going to be a meeting held. I would have made sure that I would have been there to oppose this. And if this has been changed has been approved by the alderman, I want to talk to him because this was not public knowledge. We have 3 women who live in the building, 3 single women and myself that live in this 4-family. And I have permission to speak for them. And they are very concerned for their safety.
Any board members have any questions? Yes, Ann.
I have a question for Tony.
Yes.
You're speaking for other people, and how would we know that, that you are authorized?
I understand that. If you would like me to get signed affidavits, I will do so.
Right. Why aren't they present to speak for themselves?
They are all at work. This whole process has been going since 1:30 this afternoon. I am the only one free for that specific amount of time. This has been going on for 3 hours. And it's really hard to have that much time at hand. Luckily, I have the day off.
Okay. And then my other question would be, there are 3 women you say who are single and don't feel safe.
Yes.
But you named a number of other businesses in your neighborhood, right?
Yes.
Have they had any difficulty with these other, you named a whole bunch of stuff, beauty salon?
The beauty salon and the yoga studio are hardly a threat to single women. Okay. Drunk people can be a threat.
Have they been the businesses that are already there? You named several bars and whatnot.
So those are on the next few blocks up.
Okay.
We're talking about 50 feet from our front doors. There's a difference between a few blocks up and 50 feet from our front door.
May I make a statement?
No. You cannot respond to Mr. Corso. I do have a question though. I'm sorry, Ann, to cut you off, but the Afghan Kebab House serves alcohol.
They do serve alcohol?
That's a question.
Oh, I believe they don't. It's against their religion and their faith.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure they don't.
Trattoria Marcella.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were speaking to me.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. That as well, they do have a liquor license. That again is a few blocks away. And actually, one of the women that live in the building is a 21-year-old who works at Trats as a hostess. She is very much opposed to this, even though that the owners of Trats signed the liquor license. Also, I would like to know how many residents in the area have signed that liquor license for approval, because nobody came knocking on our doors. I have video doorbell out front that would have notified us that somebody would have tried to attempt to get hold of us to sign the liquor petition.
Yes, Ann.
Did I hear you mention, Tony, something about cannabis? Is that
No, I'm just saying we are in opposition of anything cannabis related or liquor related going in next door. An art studio? Absolutely. A retail spot? Sure. But again, we're talking about people leaving an establishment under the influence.
okay? Randy, do you plan to have cannabis in your establishment?
No, legally you can't have cannabis and alcohol on the same premise for sale in the state of Missouri.
Okay.
I'm just stating that as a concern, that it's just general concern that we are opposed to liquor or cannabis. I wasn't implying that she was going to.
Okay.
Any other board members have any questions? Thank you, Mr. Corso. Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition to this appeal?
May I ask? So she has approval from the alderman. Is that correct? Is that what I understood?
We have not received any letter from the alderman.
Okay. I would like to, there's a gentleman who lives directly behind the proposed site. His name is Steve. He is the plumbing citations officer or something to that effect. He works for the city of St. Louis. He was in touch with the alderman, and at the time of that letter, let me pull it up 1 second, please. I can send it to you, but I'll read it. It says, Mr. Bandera. So sorry, it's Steve Bandera, who is the plumbing guy. Thanks for reaching out to me about this. At this point, the proposal does not have my support, nor does it have the support of the neighborhood association. While this does not mean the Board of Adjustments could not make their own decision on it, typically they look for the support of the alderman and the neighborhood before granting this sort of request. Sincerely, Brett Narian, 4th Ward Alderman. So I'm confused then. Have they, since that letter was, or since that was sent to us in an email, and that was on Thursday, April 16th. Since then, have things changed with the neighborhood?
Mr. Corso, we do have a letter of support in our file from the development committee.
Okay, does that development committee involve the alderman?
It's the development committee. We would typically, if the alderman was in support, we would have a letter from the alderman, but those are two separate letters.
Okay.
And speaking of letters, the the three people you mentioned could have also sent letters if they were unable to attend, which would have gone on the record.
Okay. There's
There's
no
not.
okay. I would also like to point out that for the last 2 weeks, because of the rain and heavy winds, that the sign has not been properly displayed on the wood fixture out front. It is laying on the ground about this meeting.
Sure. So you saw the sign.
Yes, I did.
And
Sir,
the
I
three,
can't hold other people
so
responsible for coming to a meeting.
Mr. Corso,
One at a time.
Mr. Corso, I'm asking you a question. You saw the sign. Yes, a
Yes,
yes
I
or no
did.
answer.
Yes.
The three women that you mentioned,
Mhm.
I am assuming they saw the sign.
Yes, we have a group chat together, and
Okay.
I have made them aware, and yes, they did.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other
Again, we were
questions?
not notified that there was a meeting to be held by the development committee. There was no post about that.
I understand that. Hearing no other questions, I will read into the record exhibits, certified copy of the zoning ordinance, appeal to the board, basis of denial, meeting notice letter, city journal public notices, photographs, Sanborn maps, memo from planning and urban design, 10 letters of support submitted by the petitioner, uh, letter of support from Pat Acquisti, Accusto, Development Committee, Lindenwood Park Neighborhood Association. And with that, I will consider this appeal having been heard. With that, that concludes the testimonial portion of our hearing. We will now go into deliberations. Thank you, Laura, for your service. Until next time. Board, shall we take a 5-minute recess or continue?
Please.
Is that to a 5-minute recess?
5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
We will be back at 4:44. Okay, board. Are we
Wow.
ready?
I think we are, Anthony. What a meeting.
All right. Excuse me. Appeal number 12013, 5820 Cabanee Avenue.
I have a question.
Yep, Joe.
So down the street, there is a very similar looking building that does have what looks to be a driveway down the entire side of the building that's about the width of the building that is under question. And there is parking at the back of that building. You can see the cars in the picture on Google Earth. Granted, that building has a cutout at the back. So as you leave that parking lot, it has a little better sight line than our building under question. But I guess my question is, maybe it's to Mary or just to the rest of my fellow board members. If we were either to deny or approve the variances for this building under 12013, would it preclude the owners and the architect from coming back and at a later date modifying their proposal to maybe use that driveway and put some parking spots at the back of that driveway?
So if you were to deny it today, they could not apply for anything else that requires a variance at that address for a period of 1 year. If you're asking or wanting to look at a revised plan, it's probably safer to table it and request what you want to look at rather than just denying it.
But if we accept it, he could modify it in the future. Does he have to wait? Do they have to wait a year?
If you approve it, do you mean?
So
if we approve it, yeah.
If you approve it, he can do exactly what you approve and he doesn't have to modify anything. What you're approving are the plans presented before you, not future plans you haven't seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to be clear, Jim, this is for the building. This is not for the parking lot.
That's a very good point, Mr. Robinson. Remember, when we're discussing this appeal, this is about the building. This is
the
not
building only. We cannot consider anything related to the parking at this point, Joe.
But what they're asking is for a parking variance.
Well, yeah, you can either give them a variance or.
Mary, so what comes to mind is the Fanning Middle School decision that we had overturned. Does that ring a bell? By Judge Singheiser?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay. The reason I'm bringing that up is because the judge on that case was very specific that we have to address the use variance before we can even get to the the area variance. So in this instance, I know you want to talk about parking, but we kind of have to make a determination first on the use before we can get to the other things.
I think that's what Mr. Robinson and I did.
That's exactly what I was saying. That we cannot consider that, Jim.
Okay.
At this point.
Okay.
So basically, what you're asking, or what they're asking, is to add 2 additional apartments to comply with ADA.
Correct.
That is
they
correct.
Have an existing 24-unit structure. Because they are going after some particular kinds of funding, those types of funding require that there be ADA units. I think we heard testimony from the architect that he's not able to turn any of the existing units into ADA because of the height of the first floor, and then because of the constraint of not being able to put in an elevator. Again, that's tied back to this funding that will not let you manipulate the inside of a historic structure in order to get it.
Okay.
So it's a very catch-22 situation for them.
Right. Okay. But even if we approve it, it doesn't necessitate that they're going to get the funding or anything else.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. We're not,
Right.
we're not an entity that, but I think we heard testimony that if this is approved, I believe it, there's some kind of scoring system for how they award those funds. And so I guess if this is approved, they will get a higher score.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm just going to be clear on what we're voting on.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, we are voting to increase from a grandfathered 24 units to 26.
Okay.
Well, I'll be.
And
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
No, that's what this appeal is for. Yeah, and I will state that, I personally do not have an issue with this appeal.
I don't have an issue with this appeal either, and I didn't hear any neighbors having an issue with the development of this building either, specific to the building.
The building, right.
Yeah, there were a few mentions of well, at least one mention of it being torn down, but that to me makes no sense. There's an existing building here and it has reuse potential. And so that's just, I'm sorry, but it has been a multi-unit apartment building for 100 years. And so that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't like to
I don't have an issue with adding 2 units. I'm sorry, Jim, I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah.
I was going to go ahead and put a motion on the table.
Add.
May I?
Sure.
All right. I move that we approve the use variance to add the 2 units, the area variance for the fact there's no parking, but with the condition that I don't want to say targeted. I want to say that the residents will be age 55 and older.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be almost impossible for us to enforce because zoning cannot get into fair housing issues. We can't be telling landlords you can only rent to someone who's 55 years or older.
So Mary, my understanding is that we can actually zone an area, a building for a specific use, which includes 55 and older. That is my understanding of the law.
So you don't,
Mia?
The Board of Adjustment doesn't rezone anything, Mr. Robinson, just to be clear. You grant variances to the underlying zoning, but it does not rezone anything. The underlying zoning stays.
So again,
I don't know how we would ever determine if somebody complained about that. I don't know how we would ever determine that because zoning doesn't have right of entry. So we have no way to force the landlord to turn over their records and show us the ages of the people that they're renting to.
We did it with the Salvation Army down on, I don't know if it was Olive or something. that we said it was veterans and
That's
something
different.
else.
They veterans, and I don't know what we would have been doing on Olive. That's zoned I, so everything would have been allowed. It
Maybe
might
it
have
was
been
locust.
sort of a special residential use, which is different because those are defined in the code.
I may be wrong on the exact street, but it was right. It was Midtown, right in that area. It might have been on Locust. They ended up building and sticking to the
Oh,
code.
yeah, that's between, yep, I know the building. Is that Washington or is that Locust? I know the
Might have been
building,
Locust. Anyway,
but it's before my time.
yeah.
So I and I'm trying to understand this. If we put a condition that the landlord uh, could only rent to those 55 and older, if
I
there
don't
is a
think that we can enforce that.
if there was a complaint and the complaint went to BPS,
It wouldn't. It would come here. It would come to zoning. If you put a complaint on a Board of Adjustment, or you put a condition on a Board of Adjustment decision, a Board of Adjustment decision, whether it is challenged or not, never goes to BPS because the Board of Adjustment is a quasi judicial body. If your challenge is, or if your decision is challenged, it's going to go to the circuit court.
On the court, right?
Yeah. It's never going to go to BPS.
I think whatever you decide, it has to be clean. Because
Well, that's part of the reason I didn't want to use the word like targeted
right,
people 55 or over.
yeah, you can't, you know.
I mean, we could add the condition. I just understand that it's difficult, impossible
Not
to enforce.
Right.
And that's not a good practice, and that's not a good position to put the staff in.
Right.
Mhm.
You can't enforce it.
Right.
You know, you don't have the manpower or anything else like that.
Mary, because one of the quick questions and concerns from the community members was the time limit, and I know that she doesn't have funding. If they put like a timeline, 12 months, like if construction is not started, or I know the code says what it says, but you know the more recent issues that we've had. If we add something like that, would that also be? Could we use that as a condition?
So now explain it to me again. I want to make sure I understand because it can make
the project needs to start within 12 months of the board's approval. That way, like you're holding her on the timeline to make sure that she does everything in her power to get this started. And this is not something that will sit there for another 5 or 10 years, which is also what the community was complaining about. It's been vacant for years. She has repairs that have not been done. She doesn't have the funding. So if she does not have this done within 12 months, can this reverse go back to the current 24,
So if you grant the variance stays with the land. I think you could put a condition on there about commencing construction or getting a permit, because that's something that we can determine when we go out to do an investigation. You know, certainly we could determine, you know, if she doesn't pull a building permit in a year. If the board wants to say she must, within 1 year, you know, right now it's just a zoning only, so that's not a building permit. But if the board wants to say within 1 year, they must pull a building permit and start construction, that is something that we could verify if we got a complaint and we had to go out and do an investigation. We could tell if she pulled a building permit. We can certainly tell if she is starting construction, even if we couldn't get entry, the building inspector could verify that for us.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nick, I apologize.
I like that a lot. I also think that, putting a nuisance property condition on it as well, because if she's not maintaining that property, would that work, Mia?
Do you get a nuisance letter for not maintaining your property, or is that more
Yeah.
a property maintenance violation letter?
It'd be a property maintenance, and
So
you
you
wouldn't
wouldn't
want to
get a
put it.
nuisance letter for that.
And you wouldn't want to do that because we're not going to make the entire, like, not going to empty the property out and make everyone unhoused just because they have the nuisance designation. So I wouldn't recommend that for this kind of setup because they have no control of that. Honestly, like one of their tenants just could be acting out and then they're jeopardizing, like losing this area. So I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay.
Right. So then my question to you, Mia, is how do we so my concern now is based on neighbors' testimony, and I think obviously people 55 and up are less likely to be creating disturbances that the community has a problem with. In addition to that, we're now also not putting a nuisance on it, which creates so this makes it difficult, at least for me, to support this motion without some type of condition on it that addresses the neighborhood.
I
I agree.
Out to the.
Mia,
So that's a bias regarding the 55 and up. I can tell you, I have nuisance properties that are senior living facilities, and you will be surprised at the kind of activity they get themselves into. So just to say that they're 55 and up, they would not be engaging in this. I can tell you I have cases that show otherwise.
Okay,
Not
it's good
to-
to know. Good to know.
Yeah, not to say that would, that's going to eliminate the problem. I'm and I'm thinking in terms of visitors. I understand what you're saying, and so there's always that possibility, but I'm looking statistically.
You don't have to put a condition for a nuisance. If the calls for service and the activity occurring at that property meets the definition of a nuisance, the city of St. Louis would do that automatically, and then they'll be subject to that authority regardless. So I don't think you need to put that condition on this because it's applicable. It's a residential structure in the city of St. Louis. So if any activity occurs that meets our definition of a nuisance, we can take action. It's only beneficial on commercial properties because it's another tool of leverage there, not necessarily for residential.
The other
Gotcha.
thing about that is our condition is worded, it's not such that they have to be determined as a nuisance property, but that they don't receive a nuisance notice. And there's a lot of stuff that happens between receiving a notice and actually being classified as a nuisance.
Understand.
Property. So Mia, did I understand you would not advise the board to even put that standard condition about not getting a nuisance notice on there?
Not on a residential property, no.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Like I said, it has to be clean.
Yeah, it's a hard one.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I guess I'll withdraw my motion as I stated it. And see if we can invent a better mousetrap here.
I think that if you just vote upon adding the two things, that should be it, because that's what's before us. It's just adding the two additional units in order, that's in order to becoming in compliance with the ADA. And that's it. And
Are we making a motion?
I'm making a motion,
All right.
So
just make it, that, we can approve it, for addition of the two additional units.
And the area variance for no parking, George.
Right, and area
Mm,
variance for no parking, and
I don't think we have to put that on there
mm,
because the area variance does it.
just don't include parking. Probably don't,
I don't think we have to say it.
that's for the lawyer.
So it's before you, if I'm understanding correctly, for 2 area variances for the 2 additional units. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Use variance.
One area.
1 area variance for not having any parking.
Right.
And then 2 use variances for adding the 2 additional units.
That's all. Yeah.
That's what I have written down. So your motion is they need 3 variances in order for us to sign off on this as approved. So approving the 2 use variances and not approving the parking is not going to get them a permit.
Okay.
Isn't it just one use variance because
use.
it's just expanding the multifamily use?
Right.
So
Right.
I have 2 written down on my notes. So is it 1 area variance and 1 use variance? You tell me. It's in the write-up.
I caught 1 use and 1 area.
That's what I wrote.
Okay.
yeah. So, I think I'm crossing my fingers. I guess I'm inclined on the motion you've given, George. I am not sure about the parking. I believe that we should have
Remember that
some
you're only giving a parking variance on this parcel.
on.
Stop thinking about the parking on the other parcel. We're not.
I am no. I
Make
understand
you
that.
understand.
I've made that. Yeah. No. I
Okay.
understand.
Okay.
I am well aware of them being separate.
Okay.
What
So if you
what
don't,
what I'm thinking about doing is how to, as we've done before, tie this parcel to parking on another parcel.
No, but
and you can't do that.
No.
We've
I don't
been
wanna do
sued for that before
No.
a long time ago when we tried to condition a laundromat based on a sign for a business that was next door to it. So you can't tie you have to make a decision on this parcel, and then you'll have to make a decision on the second appeal.
Okay, so let's try this then.
Okay.
If we grant a variance that allows us to move forward without parking, then there's no point in appeal number 2.
Right.
Well,
if they opt not
I
to
would
do
agree
it.
with you, except that you heard testimony that the whole reason I think he's doing that parking across the street because that's a requirement of them getting their funding.
That's
Right.
So it's not a requirement actually.
Or it
MHDC
helps their
has a point system, so it helps them, and excuse me, and so that I understand as well, which and I've got some ideas as far as the second appeal, but back to the first one, I am simply stating that the reality is there could be no parking.
There could be.
Yes, Mia.
So how this reads in the zoning specialist remarks, it says the petitioner has no parking on partial and is going to provide 18 off-site parking spaces on an adjacent parcel, so then an area variance for parking will be required. So it is still, Yeah, you're right. There is no parking at this location at all. So are we just giving the variance to say for no parking at this location and then the next application, the next
We have
proceeding?
to give, if we want to approve the permit, we have to give a variance for parking because parking is required there. So to understand, there was an existing 24 unit structure. It's legal non-conforming. This parking issue would not have kicked in had they been able to leave the number of units at 24.
Right.
But once they decide to add units to it, now you have to, because an expansion, now you have to bring it into compliance with the parking. So obviously they weren't able to provide that much parking on the site. Because of how it's zoned in the B district, you have to provide your off-street parking on the parcel where the main structure is. So they can't do that. So they're here for a variance. But they want to bump their score up for their funding. So they've found this parcel across the street where they're going to provide parking.
Not my issue.
Pardon?
Yeah, I don't think that's our issue.
That's not our issue.
Yeah. I mean, I did bump it.
That's why I said clean.
I get it, Marion. That's why in my mind I was asking questions of the architect. Trying to look at a way that this wouldn't come before us, but yeah. What's your motion, George?
Just approve it as is with the use and the area variance, and that's it. And then they can get started or do whatever they have to do, but that at least they can apply for whatever they have to apply for. Whether they get it or not, that's a whole nother story.
And Mia said that we could, or somebody said, maybe it was Mary, that we could put a condition on it that they have to apply for their building permit within the next 12 months.
12 months, right.
I think that's a great condition. Whoever came up with that, I don't remember who it was, but that's a
Mr.
smart.
Hitt, are you wanting to add that condition to your motion?
Sure.
Okay. And so is the condition that they must apply for a building permit within 1 year, or because we talked about a couple things, or is it they should apply for a building permit and start construction within 1 year?
I think they should be able to apply for a building permit within 1 year, because it may take her longer even to get the money. You know what I mean? But at least apply.
So then how about that they apply for a building permit within 12 months and start construction within 18 months?
Okay.
That'll work. Okay, so we all agreed on that? That's
Mary,
the motion.
you get.
Is there a second?
Second. I second you, George.
Motion made by George, seconded by Mona, with the conditions that we just discussed.
Which I just
All
have
of those
written down, so
right.
Okay,
I can find that all into one. I just want to make sure you guys know that.
Okay.
We'll give you time, Mary. We went all over the place on that one.
Okay.
12 months for
12 months
building
to get the
permit.
permit, 18
And-
months to start construction.
Yes.
No. You guys are saying two different things. I heard apply versus get. So which is it? Is it apply or get?
So the way I have
Private
it
development.
worded is that they must apply for a building permit within 1 year and start construction within 18 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is my understanding.
What you want?
George.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion made by George, seconded by Mona. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And you are muted.
Anne can't vote. Anne's recused.
So the vote
Oh,
would be
that's right.
Oh, that's
And
right.
and cannot vote on this. Sorry about that.
Oh, I
No,
can't be right.
I want to. No. Ann has recused herself.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Ann.
That is my apologies.
Okay.
That is 4 yeses,
Right.
no nos. Motion carries. Findings, George.
If they do it, it'll be an asset.
Okay, and just to be clear, so that Dre gets this right, the vote is 4-1.
No, 4.
The 4 members
No,
that
4 to
are
0.
Four and
you didn't let me finish. The
Oh, I'm
vote is
sorry.
4-1. The 4 of you voting, and then Anne abstaining is how it will be worded, because we need to
Okay.
reflect in the record that she abstained because of a potential conflict. So
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
So it's not written as 4-0 with 1 abstention.
Right.
No, normally we write it 4-1. I guess we would if there would have been 5 of you, or there would have been, we're never going to have that though, because we need 4 to,
Okay.
yeah.
One out of
You
4.
got through
folks.
it.
Okay.
I feel
Appeal
about
number
2014.
12014, 5825 Kates.
Yes.
That's what I'm against.
Me too.
So, yeah. So I think the owner architect should go back. I think there's a solution. I think there is a solution where the existing driveway could be utilized. You could take, I don't know what that looks like, 20. So that lot is 60 by 157. I think just sort of as I quickly looked at this and sketched it out, I think you could probably do something where you utilize the existing drive, take 27 feet of the existing lot on Kate's, create 6 or 7 parking spaces at a portion of that lot, subdivide it, take a portion of that lot along with the 20 to 25 feet that's available on Cabiny. You could likely get about 3 spaces. Yeah, for sure, 3 spaces. I think parking, parallel parking spaces, which would get you around 10, might be 9, but I think you can get 9 or 10, still have a usable
On
lot.
what lot is that on the Kate's lot?
Well, yeah, so I am
So I
thinking.
just want to bring your attention that if you make a motion to deny this and you vote to deny it, they can't apply for anything else.
No, yes, I
require-
understand. I am going to, I am looking to actually, and someone will have to make this motion, but where I am heading to is that we actually table this for 60 or 90 days to allow the owner and architect to re-examine this based on the fact that, it is likely this parking lot will not pass
It could. Sorry, I don't want to.
as drawn. And so my thought, I am speaking all of this out on the record for the owner and architect. in how they consider this in such a way that you have a usable lot on Cates that a home could be built on, while also allowing for the needs of of the developer and creating some parking. This lot will not accommodate the total number of spaces that are needed. And so given that, you know, whether we end up with 16 or whether we end up with 10, and I think that 10 is possible, which helps the developer while also creating a new lot that can be built upon, that gives kind of everyone, both the neighborhood and the developer, something to work with.
Okay. Could I make a statement or something?
Sure.
Okay. I'm listening to the neighbors.
Me too.
And if you create something that's going to be a problem for all the neighbors that live there, I don't think that's beneficial. From what my understanding is, if you got this place in 2013 or 2016, and she's had it all this time, and then she got something else going on, and she has not done anything to the lot, according to what she originally said. 2016 and 2020, they make a PTSD, and then 2023, they still wanted to develop, and they haven't cleaned that area or cut the grass or done anything else in a long period of time. And so, you know, I think it's, I believe the neighbors have a right not to have a parking lot there, and they can use that land to put a one family, or she still has to clean up the lot. So that's where I'm going. You know, I mean,
yeah, so unfortunately, George,
I agree with George.
You just approved
the building. The building is something.
The building, and I understand where you're going, but now this lot is part of, and there was testimony by the architect that this lot is part of what they need to get the points required for MHDC. So
I don't care about these points, Anthony. We asked them how many points it was, and they couldn't even give us the answers because they didn't bring us the information to the board, and they knew they were coming today.
Right. So what I am saying, Mona, on this particular appeal, that we table it for 60 or 90 days to allow them to get that information and also come up with another design that, in my mind, I'm positive will work, that allows for a buildable lot for a single family house while also accommodating some parking. I know how to do it, and I'm sure Mr. Grice knows how to do it.
But I'm just going back to the original point. What the other neighbors have come and testified to is putting that lot there is going to create not a good situation for them.
Yeah.
They live there, and some have lived there 13 years, 19 years. I got 51 years.
Yeah.
52 years. You know,
well,
and I think that, you know,
so that being the case, there was also testimony that they just don't want any more apartments, for that matter. They don't want any more multifamily. So why did we even approve the previous appeal based on on your logic, George. I mean,
No,
because the
my logic,
reality is,
my logic is if she can get the money, she can still build the building, and there's a lot of street parking. There's a lot of other things. You know, it may work out.
mm,
May I ask
you? But it doesn't sound as if the money is forthcoming. Everything is up in the air.
I agree with that, and I think that we put a condition. Well, one, we aren't even there. I think again. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jim.
I just have a clarifying question. If we deny the request, does that prevent them from coming back and doing possibly what Anthony is
Yeah,
suggesting?
if we deny it, they will not be able to come back for a year. So
No,
that's my point
That is
in
true.
not.
I
Can we ask
believe
Mary?
that they can come back with a different plan.
Well, but
Very
that's
good.
Andy,
What
if
the
they
ordinance
change
says
the
is
plan, they can come back if they
well, that's
change the plan.
well,
no,
that's
they cannot, Mona.
they cannot come
Once
back
you
though.
deny
That's
something, the ordinance says they can't come back for 1 year for anything else that needs a variance. Since
thank
this is
thank
zone B, almost anything they want to do there is going to require a variance unless they want to build a single family home or a 2-family home. So
thank you, Mary.
that's just
That
law.
is
I'm sorry.
that is why
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. That's
that
the
is why
clarification I needed.
I am stressing that we continue this for 60 or 90 days to allow them to do that rather than deny it.
Is this a use variance?
I have two.
Yes, Andy.
Go ahead, Andy. I may have written it down wrong.
Well, I can speak to the variances required. Where did my little paper go? So yeah, 2 area variances is what I have, and 2 area variances and 1 use variance. Yeah, and this is for 5825 Kate's. 2 area and 1 variance. 1 use variance.
Yeah, I definitely had 2 area.
Mm-hmm. And 1 use variance.
And the use variance is because it's in the B district and parking lots are not allowed in B.
Right.
Right.
I'll just say I like Anthony's idea of giving them a chance to go back to the drawing board for 60 to 90 days rather than making them wait an entire year.
Yeah. And again, I understand your concern, George. I am looking at Geo St. Louis and just sketched out. So that lot on Kate's is 60 by 157 feet. I am stating that if you take 27 feet of that lot, and this is just a rough 27 feet of the rear of the lot should allow you to create a situation where you've got parking at the very rear of the lot. We are no longer talking about creating a drive off of Kate's. What I am suggesting is that we are using the existing drive that is to the east of the building.
That's the 8-foot
that allows them to come to the back of that lot, take a portion of the back of that lot, and I'm using a number, call it 27 feet. That means that the rest of the lot is undisturbed. That's a 60 by 130 foot lot that can be subdivided and a new construction home can be built on it. There is no driveway going through the lot anymore. And I understand that everyone on the board may not quite understand what I'm talking about design wise, but I know that Mr. Grice does. And so that's why I'm saying give them an opportunity to come back and come up with yes.
When I look at the map, it doesn't look like to me that 58 20 Cabiny has enough space on it to create a driveway that would get back to the Kate's address, allowing you to use the back of that Kate's
Yeah, there's an 8 foot drive there.
on the
Um,
side.
On the east side.
On the
On the
east
east
side.
side. Okay.
On the
It's
east
not
side,
showing
there's
up
an
on my
there's
map,
an eight
so.
yes, there's an 8 foot drive on
Okay.
the east side. I've sketched it out. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's just not showing up on mine, but I believe
yeah.
you. I feel sorry for the people on Kate's. They don't have
Well,
nothing.
yeah, but
None of these
but
people have a garage.
yeah, I think I honestly think that this will work. Just looking at the space, looking at at the existing homes that are there, you'd still even with taking, like I said, 25, 27 feet, that still allows for a backyard back there. This is doable. Um, there's no question in my mind that there's a solution to be had here where the neighbors still get a lot that a single family house can be built on. No one will see this parking other than from their from their rear yards.
Okay. So if you're dividing a lot, so part of the lot, how many feet do I get for that lot for a single family? What's the
So
by what?
So what I would be going for is 60 by 130.
60 by 100. That's the total. Is that the total length of the entire lot?
Well, no, the total length of the entire lot is 157. So I'm saying that.
So you're going to take 27 feet in the back of that area, and so the front part could be a single family house.
Could be a single family home. That is correct.
All right. So you need 60 to 90 days for them to figure that out, or what?
And then with the
It'll be
single
60
family
to
home
90
not
days
get
before we can get them back on an
Yeah,
agenda.
60 to 90 days before we could get them back.
So
Yes,
Anthony, the single family home wouldn't have an option of having any parking? That this proposed single family home on this Kate's lot wouldn't have any parking?
It would have the same parking that the other houses have. So this is a 60-foot wide lot. We've got 5 foot setbacks that could come down to 3 feet. That allows
50 feet.
So you could have a frontage of 54 feet. And yes, a house could be designed with 54 feet along with a garage.
Right.
Yeah, and they have a drive to their garage. Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So would that be a rear garage or a front garage? Because it doesn't look like the other ones have a front garage.
I have not looked that far. I just know that it can be done. You've got 54-foot frontage to work with, and that's enough to achieve a single family home on a 60 by 130 foot lot, a home and a garage.
Because the houses across the street have a drive that come in and they go around to the back and they go in the garage.
So that would not be possible in this particular instance, but
You'd have to have a curb.
But
I just know the city is particular. They're like, oh no, you can't build that there.
If
I'm just being facetious here because if you say we can do it, then they said in the city goes, oh no, not there. Can't build that there.
Yeah, that's a lot of moving parts.
Well, I don't disagree with that. This is not in a historic district, so this is not something that comes before the preservation board where we could say no to something like that. So it's like, no, there's no alley access for these lots. So you have to have a curb cut. That's a requirement to create to have a garage. So the curb cut happens, and then where the garage sits is who's going to, what entity will determine that? It's not in a historic district. So there is no entity that will say you cannot.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. And since I sit on the preservation board, I'm saying we would not be reviewing this.
All right.
So what I hear you saying, Anthony, is that you would say, okay, put 10 cars at the back of the lot, subdivide the lot, sell it off or build a single family home at the front, because that's what the city wants. The city said, we don't agree with this.
What the neighbors want.
Well, the city said that they didn't agree with it either. You know, they didn't
Well,
recommend it.
they specifically do not agree with a parking lot.
Right.
And
What?
I understand. I understand that's why I am saying that the architect potentially utilizes the existing drive, and that there's parking directly behind the building, taking a small portion of this lot, which again, once a home is built, understanding that the average lot in the city is 125 foot depth. This would still be 130 foot depth. So we are much wider, and at least on par with what the average depth of a lot here is. So there's no question a house can be built here. The house then hides the parking lot, which is at the very back of that lot, which would become part of the lot for 5820. It is the two property lines are adjacent. We're simply moving the property line to the south 25 feet.
So are you going to require them to consolidate then? Because that would only happen if they consolidate. Or did a boundary?
Well, I think right now we're just talking about actually tabling this for 60 to 90 days. But that would be one of the recommendations, is that yes, they would consolidate that lot so that it is one lot. That way the other lot can be sold or built upon, however they want to do that.
And if they own it, they got to keep it clean.
And we put that in there.
Yes. Well,
I guess it will depend on what they do over the next 90 days.
Right.
As to whether or not we do anything with this moving forward in 90 days.
Right.
If they can maintain the lot.
They can definitely maintain the lot.
If they don't maintain this lot over the next 90 days, we can make a different decision when they come back.
That is true as well. We can look at how the lot's maintained over the next 90 days. But I need a motion.
Sure. All right. I make a motion upon what you said for 90 days that they figure out how to divide that lot and give me, at least one whole spot, like.
We need to be a little more precise in what we tell them.
I could do it, but I
Basically,
try
what
not
you
to
told them
make,
is to go do a
try
subdivision.
not to make motions.
It has to be a subdivision, right?
And it actually wouldn't be a subdivision because they own both lots, so it would be a boundary adjustment.
Okay. Boundary adjustment, okay. And if they can come up with it, then we can look at it.
Yeah, because I'm not willing to give them the whole lot as a parking lot. I'm just not.
No.
doing it.
Oh no,
That's the whole point.
we're not even there, Mona. If I could, if I had time to draw this up outside of a sketch,
I
and
do
show you what-
understand, and I appreciate the detail verbal that you gave me because you had to convince me because I wasn't going there.
Hey,
No.
listen,
Yeah,
I want 60 by 130 because I want to put a house. So.
I mean, that's why I'm like, I get that some may not understand, but there's a 60 by 130-foot lot that a house can go on.
I agree.
You only
I
need
agree.
2,500 square feet now, so.
So do we have a
Yeah,
motion?
whatever.
I don't have a complete motion.
Jim, would you like to make a complete motion?
I would be happy to, George. I'm not taking your thunder.
problem.
All right. I'd like to move that we postpone. Is that the right word?
Table.
Table
for 90 days for the appellant to consider alternative designs, subject to clearing the lot at 5825 Gates Avenue and keeping it clean.
And a boundary adjustment.
I think
And-
you covered that when he said to consider alternative design.
Consider alternatives. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
I don't think they
never mind.
have to.
Sorry.
So
Yeah.
the table, lots of people talking at the same time. So let me make sure I have this clear. It's to table for 90 days to consider alternative designs for parking
And potentially subdividing the lot for infill.
Boundary adjustment
Boundary adjustment
okay.
to allow for
future infill.
yes. Can I get a second for that?
Well, he made it. I'll second it.
Motion made by Jim, seconded by George. All of those in favor? Aye.
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 Motion carries.
So 4-1 with Ms. Price abstaining. Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't going to steal your thunder on that, George, since you were so started it.
Okay.
They don't come back right. You know what I mean?
Man.
That's the thing.
Do I have to
appeal? I'm sorry.
I was going to say I don't have to do findings because we
Tabled it.
Yeah. No findings. Appeal number 12015, 6235 White Elm Boulevard.
That looks clean.
It does.
I agree.
Okay. You want to make that motion then?
Make a motion
I
to
want
approve.
want to make sure that we are reapproving their conditional use as well, because it's a school.
School, so it requires a conditional use and an area variance.
Okay.
How do we say that, Andy?
Motion to approve.
Yeah,
the
you just
variance.
have to make the motion. We know to write that
Yeah.
in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You make the motion.
Sorry.
You make the motion.
With the conditional use, is that?
And the area.
You know how sometimes you approve a conditional use along with a variance. And so this is the school. Schools are always a conditional use. And then they need the area variance.
The area variance.
And that's my motion.
Well, what's your motion, Mona?
conditional use
Conditional use in the area.
and
Your
area
motion
of
is going to be number two.
To approve,
to
Consider
approve.
to
not.
approve the condition.
Jesus.
I'm
Y'all are
just
giving
trying
me
to.
such a hard time. I'm gonna be quiet. Y'all make your own motions.
I'm helping.
Now you just
I'm
didn't
helping.
say the motion was to approve, so I didn't. Do I have a second?
Of course.
Second.
Yeah.
George.
You
Okay.
second.
Is that still the
Motion to approve
My
made
computer froze
by
up.
Mona.
Did somebody make the motion? Okay.
I'm sorry.
My computer froze up and I didn't hear. Did somebody make a
Yeah,
motion? Somebody
yes.
second?
Motion was made by Mona
Okay.
to approve, seconded by Jim. All of those in favor?
Aye.
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 And you were still muted. So now we actually do need you.
Okay. Aye.
Hi.
All right. That is
Fine.
5 yeses and no nos.
Won't be a detriment.
Thank you.
That's a good thing. See?
Thank you, Mona. Appeal number 20627, 3501 Watson Road. First floor.
I will say what happened today. It was sort of what I had feared. We had no letter from the alderman. We had a number of letters of support, but none of them were from the immediate neighbors. 2 or 3, maybe 4 from other businesses in the area. So it was sort of what I had feared, that they hadn't reached out or somehow gotten in touch with the neighbors that are in very close proximity to the property.
So here's the thing though, Jim. Staff goes out and posts
Yeah.
this.
Oh,
so,
no, I'm not one. Go ahead.
So the staff posts all of the appeals on site. They do have a letter of support from the neighborhood association. Now, whether the neighborhood association actually, contacted neighbors is something different, but there is no question that staff posted it.
Yeah. The proof of that posting is in the packet that you received.
Yes.
I understand that. And I'm not saying anything is staff's doing. All I'm saying is sometimes when we look at these cases, we do ask the question, well, did you talk to the neighbor right next door? Do you have any kind of verbal commitment from the neighbor next door? And we did not have that in the packet. And so when Mr. Corso came on the phone call, I wasn't surprised. That's all I'm getting at. Not whether a process was followed. Okay. It was more of the process, the person who wants the exception or wants the permit. Did they reach out to neighbors and try to engage the neighbors about what's going on?
And I would say that they got letters of support. The reality is, Jim, they got letters of support from the people that would give them letters of support. And those that were unwilling, they could not get letters of support from.
The other thought that I have with regard to this is, one, the older people are aware, and sometimes they don't want to make a decision. It is our decision, and they leave it up to us. They don't want to get in the middle of it sometimes. They leave it to us. And it is our decision, ultimately, whether they give us a yay or a nay. We don't always go with what they say. We make our own decisions as a board. I always like to say that we don't always do what they want. Number 2 is, if this is on a major corridor, this is where commercial businesses are ideal. And I think this is the right place for this type of business, in my opinion. which is only what I'm stating is my opinion. And this is the right location, and I am more inclined to listen to and say, hey, let's get some neighbors' input when we're in the middle of a residential area. I think that's a different location for a bar or restaurant when you're in the middle of a neighborhood. I think it's a different animal then, but we're in the middle of a
Bar,
commercial area.
commercial area.
That's just my thought there.
I
I like
agree with
this.
everything you said, Mona. You look at it, there are restaurants. I know the neighbor was like, well, yeah, it's a couple of blocks down, but yeah, this is a commercial corridor. The reality is this, yeah, I mean, it, yeah.
And the idea of being closed on Sunday at 9 o'clock, that appeals to me.
Yeah,
It doesn't
that would
look like a
probably,
big impact place.
I agree with the early closing hours on Sunday, George.
All right,
Now, who's making the motion?
I'll make the motion that we approve it, hours from Tuesday, Sunday, closing at 9 o'clock. They need some kind of commercial dumpster. They need a garbage can out in front. They need to police the area and not become a nuisance property.
Along with all of the
All
other
of the
standard
other
conditions
The
that were.
only hours I have are Tuesday through Sunday.
So Tuesday, I believe what George was looking for is Tuesday through Saturday 4 to 12,
Right.
and Sunday from 4 to 9.
Right.
And are they closed on Monday then?
And they are closed on Monday.
Okay. And then I got the hours, I got the dumpster, I got picking up the trash, and I got no nuisance.
Right.
Was there anything
and
else?
all the other conditions that we have.
And
Except
all of
they
the
get
other
to have
standard conditions.
alcohol.
Yeah.
Except for, alcohol, because they've already testified that they are.
Tuesday through Saturday to midnight.
4 p.m. to 12 a.m. except for Sunday,
Okay.
9 a.m. or 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Right.
And then it would be all of the standard conditions barring condition 6.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
The neighborhood association also had in there delivery shall occur no later than 6 p.m. I'm worried about that condition.
Yes, I think we should
Sure,
add
we'll
that.
throw that
No
in there.
deliveries after 6 p.m. Provided the person who's making the motion agrees with that.
I agree with that. I like the add-ons.
I'll second.
Motion made by George, seconded by Mona. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
It's 4 yeses, 1 no. Motion carries. Findings, George?
Won't be a detriment.
As
As
conditioned.
condition.
As conditioned.
As condition.
Thanks, George.
You're welcome.
Meeting minutes.
Did you get all that? I didn't really write it down.
Is there anything else we need? Okay. Meeting minutes.
So meeting minutes for April 1st, and we have meeting minutes for April 15th. So we'll need 2 different motions.
Yep. Let's start with meeting minutes for April 1st.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by George, seconded by Mona. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes approved. And then
April 18th.
can I get a motion for meeting minutes for April 15th?
I think 15th or 18th?
15th.
15th.
15th? Okay. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by George, seconded by Mona. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Minutes accepted. New business.
This will be very short. Sorry. So we talked the last time about having a training session with the consultants come in town. And so we have the Kennedy room and 208 booked. And George is just now finding out about this. George, what's happening is the consulting team is going to be in town during this week of July. And on July 15th, which is a Wednesday, the board doesn't have a meeting. So in place of that meeting, we'll be having a training session with the new zoning code consultants who will kind of go through that new code with us and explain, how we're going to use that and everything. It'll be here in person at the Kennedy hearing room. And now that we have the room confirmed that just happened yesterday, they got back to me. I will call Deneen Vaughn and let her know. And then you'll all get a calendar invite so you can put that on your calendar because I know it's a ways out. So that's my update on that.
So you want me to come?
Pardon?
I'm just joking.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said, so you want me to come?
Sure. We want you to be because the new zoning code is not going to sound like the old zoning code. The districts will be named differently. There will be different things allowed in the districts than what you're used to seeing. There could be districts that have parking maximums instead of parking minimums. So these are all the things that the consultants will want to talk to you about because it will be things that you'll be considering when you're hearing appeals under the new code.
Okay.
And I had that down from 10 to 11:45, so it's in the morning of the 15th, Mary?
No, it's at 1:30.
Oh.
It's at our regular meeting time. It's just that it will be here. It's at 1:30. I booked the room till 4. I don't know that we'll need it that long, but I wanted you guys to have plenty of opportunity to ask questions and get explanations about the new code. Right now, the draft that we have has about 20 different zoning districts in it. So it'll be a little more complicated to maneuver than the one that we currently have has 12 districts. So.
Okay.
It's like 3 types in blocks of three like intensities. There's residential, commercial, industrial, and then there's like campuses and parks and things like that.
I don't know if people know this or not, but most cities have a zoning district specifically for parks and open space, and we never have. So all of our parks are zoned A or B. So it'll be different for us. We currently don't have a way for people under the zoning code to do like a tiny house village, which is something that's become really popular. So our new code may have a district that allows for that. It doesn't mean that it'll be citywide. It's probably not appropriate citywide, but I'm sure there are some areas in the city that it would be appropriate to have a little tiny house village.
Cool. Anything else?
We don't have a meeting next week. Am I correct, Dre?
We have a meeting next week.
We do. Okay. Thanks for correcting me then. So we'll see you next week.
Yep.
All right. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion made by Mona, seconded by George. All of those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned.
All right. Everybody have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Let me see. How do I leave?
I gotta save this recording. Just end the meeting. It was